We're doing that mother-daughter first. The mother-daughter. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, 2 o'clock meeting on March 15th, 2023. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
No.
Perfect. First, we do have a case for adjournment. Case 223, West Hempstead, Best Majorist of West Hempstead, also known as 549 David Street.
How are you?
You can start.
Could you, 200 of 23.
Okay. I'm Margaret Kelly from the Community League of Garden City South, and we're requesting an adjournment. I was just notified of the situation. I have multiple emails that came to me from residents in the area for the Community League to assist them. So before the hearing goes forward, I'd like to have some time to review the plans and speak with the community, as well as Mr. Bonasso has spoken to me, and we would like to get together with community members and discuss the case.
So you're one of the community members?
I'm a community activist, right?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Good
board.
afternoon.
William Bonesso, sorry, good afternoon.
Sir.
William Bonesso for Chelly Deegan Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. On behalf of the applicant, Base Medrash of West Hempstead, Mr. Owens had advised me of the letter that had come in from the Community League of Garden City South. I contacted Ms. Is it Green? Kelly, sorry. Yesterday, spoke with her briefly, and we agreed to consent to the adjournment. So we're looking for April 26th, if that's possible.
Patrick?
April 26th.
April 26th, 2 p.m.
Thank you. We've exchanged cards, so we'll be in touch, and we'll get together, and we'll try to address their concerns.
And no further notice will go out for anyone?
Nobody signed in.
For anyone who signed in, you won't get further notice. To the extent that people have contacted you, there won't be a new mailing going out. So let them know.
The signs will be changed?
Was there a sign on there?
Yes, the town signs.
Yeah, then the sign will be changed. Yes.
Joe, does the sign need to be changed if they get an adjournment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll change the patch. We'll do a patch for the.
And then you'll let everyone else know.
Everything else stays the same.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other application.
Request for adjournment?
For adjournment. Is there anybody here that is seeking an adjournment for today?
Oh.
But you're kind of second, though. We have a carryover from earlier.
Yes.
No worries. Makes sense, though.
We have a case. Do you want it? Patrick, go right ahead.
Okay. We're calling from this morning, case 178 through 179-23, Elmont Bertrand Batista, mother-daughter residence, second kitchen, variances lot area occupied, front yard average setback, construct second-story addition with wood deck open below and roofed over porch, all attached to dwelling, also known as 1250 Russell Street.
They'll want you to stand.
Oh, sorry. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Brown, Your clients made an appearance this morning. We therefore excuse them since one or more of them, a few of them, because they all made their appearance. They told us who was going to be living in the home, and they have a baby, and
Put it on the
we
record
excused their appearance this
with the
afternoon.
baby in
Good, thank you.
We excused the baby's appearance, too,
Isaiah, right?
if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
I'm sure you don't.
It's Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City. Thank you for doing that. Unfortunately, I had a conflict. I was stuck in the Supreme Court, so, but I'm here
We understand.
now. And
Shame on
thank
you.
you for your
Good night.
courtesies.
He goes, Mr. Pellegrini goes, you're out on bail.
No,
That would be.
you don't get bail.
Okay, let's move on.
Anyway, yes, so you've already done the mother-daughter portion, essentially?
No.
No,
Oh, all right, so then let's address that first. I'll ask my client to just put on the record who's going to be living in which of the units.
Yes, my name is Bertrand Batista at 1250 Russell Street.
could you speak into the microphone so that the,
Yes, my name is Bertrand Batista at 1250 Russell Street, Elmont, New York, 11003. I'm the owner of the property. Me and my wife will be living in the first floor, and my daughter and her partner and the baby will be in the second floor.
And then the only other issue before you, there's two variances. Actually, this application is actually reducing the lot coverage, which was at 39% approved by this board. It's actually going down to just under 37%, and that's because they are proposing to remove an existing first ground level deck and replace it with a second-story deck to augment the unit, the new living unit above. But the reduction, that project will actually reduce the lot area, as I said, to just under 37%, down from 39%. And the other variance is the front yard average setback, but that was already approved by this board and is not changing. It's not affected by this application. It remains at 20.7 feet.
what is that?
25 is the average, 25.1.
Okay.
And that's the whole
your case.
request.
Do I have any other questions from the board?
I need to find the BAR
I knew
and
you would.
sorry, Mr. Brown, I just want to cover the BAR for you.
Sure.
And, it's not out. Dawn?
I can tell you that there was a previous case in 2001, case 268 of 2001. That's what approved the existing footprint with the front yard average setback and the 39% lot coverage.
And the second story addition you propose is entirely within the footprint?
Well, no, it's just a deck. There's a deck on the ground level now, that's being removed, and then there would be a deck off the back of the house on the second level.
It says construct second-story addition with wood deck.
Right, I saw that, that's inaccurate. The house is not changing, it's just a deck.
It's all amended.
So we just need the BAR to make sure in the permit
Sure.
search sheet, which apparently is escaped. Oh, wait.
Escapes us.
Did you happen to see the BAR?
I didn't, but I am looking at the reversion plan, if that helps.
Have you seen the search sheet?
I
We have neither.
Well, I can say that the area that's being turned into the kitchen on the reversion plan that was submitted would be turned back into a bedroom. That's really all that's changing upstairs.
Yeah, I just want to make the record that there were no recommendations, et cetera. If there were, that you could put on the record why it may not be necessary, and then the open permits, but nothing. All right,
I don't believe there are any open permits, and that's all we have.
okay. I'm gonna close it. Well, since we don't have a search sheet and we don't have a BAR, we'll presume that there are no open permits, as you think is the case.
And if there are,
if there are.
I was going to say, if there are any open permits, they'll be closed out before the new CO is issued.
And assuming there are any BAR recommendations, we will address them when we deliberate.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Brown, you and your client will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's ready.
second,
Thank you again.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case.
Next, we have cases 18823 through 19023, Lido Beach. Kenneth Lassner. Variances, side yards aggregate, construct second-story addition attached to dwelling. Variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, rear yard, construct wood deck and masonry steps attached to dwelling. Install pool not permitted in side yard. Install 6-foot-high fence larger than pool installation area and pool equipment not permitted in front yard, also known as 34 Saratoga Street. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Andrew Braum, B-R-A-U-M, 1924 Belmore Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710.
Joseph Gallinaro, address 143 East Park Avenue, Long Beach, New York, 11561. All right. Good afternoon. We're here today to present a few items that require variance. On the architecture on the house side, we are interested in proposing a new bedroom on top of an existing flat roof garage on the north side of the property. This new addition is going to be no wider than the existing footprint of the house, no higher than the existing height of the house, no further front or rear or side. It does not increase any of the lot coverage. It's a very simple addition that would sit on top of the footprint of the existing garage, which happens to be an existing non-conforming. Given the orientation of the property, which is 100 wide and 65 deep in a residential B district, makes it difficult to comply, but this is very standard for the area. The existing home right now will end up being a 4-bedroom house on the second floor with access to some rooftop decks, which are at the height of the second floor. There are other applications for this property that do not require a variance that are ongoing. So you might see some application numbers on the plot plan that may make it confusing, but we've separated the filing to not bog down the zoning board with any things that would not require a variance.
No, go ahead.
So one of the items I see on the plot plan is proposed third-floor stair bulkhead and roof deck filed under this application. I don't have anything third floor on my calendar, so explain, I mean, I'm sure you can reconcile that, but what is,
Yes.
is that what you're referencing when you say under a separate application?
Correct. There are that is exactly right. There is some minor interior alterations as well as that bulkhead that leads and staircase that you're referencing. That is as of right and filed separately.
The third floor stair bulkhead and roof deck is as of right?
Yes. That's the determination was that the stair being the size that it is, which is just basically the stair comes up to a small landing that pops out onto the rooftop a new rooftop deck in the front of the house is all within the height. And it wouldn't it's not being deemed as a third story because it's just a simple rooftop access. It's not a room, it's literally a, 3 by something landing at the top of the staircase that you just walk outside on.
So what about the bulkhead?
It was below the height. It's below the overall height.
Height, what about this number of stories? Is it permitted encroachment?
It didn't count as a story because it was, pardon me?
No, nothing. So
Oh.
it's not a story, so you don't have the story problem, and then it's not a height issue,
Cor-
so it ends up being permitted.
Correct. And it's under review with the building department today, drawn through completely.
Wait, it's under review now?
Yes, but it does not require a variance.
You're sure of that?
Yes.
If they haven't finished their review, how do they know whether it does or not?
We've had extensive conversations with the building department and the plan examiner to make sure that we were coming here today for this specific reason.
I know, so you said it's not a story.
And it,
It's not encroaching in the height, he said.
Wait for them to catch up. 30 feet, it's not considered a height variance, and they don't consider it a story.
Okay.
so just a quick history on this application. We filed everything. There was, we went through the zoning review, and what the plan examiner determined was that parts of the application, the ones we're presenting today, need to be presented to the board. Other parts did not. The parts that did need to be presented today was to increase an existing non-conforming situation for the bedroom above the, because we're already too close to the property lines, right? The setbacks and the orientation of the lot being that it's long and shallow as opposed to deep and narrow.
But when you say non-conforming, do you mean it's actually a non-conforming with a letter? Or you mean it was an existing condition that has been deemed already allowable somehow?
The home itself exists today as an existing condition allowable, but it's, it has a CO, there's no open applications on it, there's no violations or anything like that. It just so happens that the north side of the property is too close to the side yard than if we had an empty lot and we were designing it as of right today.
You used the buzzword, it's a buzzword to us, non-conforming. That means it's built prior to 1929.
Oh, I see. No, it's not built prior to 1929. The house exists and it's allowed to exist in its current state. There's, like I said, there's no violations to it.
Which does it encroach upon?
On the side yard,
Now, how did it end up being legally there? Like, if it's not a non-conforming, which I'm sure it's not because it would be too old, did it get a variance at some point in the past?
I don't know exactly when the existing house was plotted there, if it was, but we did go through all the zoning review with the plan examiner, and this is what he's determined that we should be here today for.
I don't know whether you can see this. This is a,
Uh-huh.
does that clearly identify the house?
Yep, and we have an image of the house on one of the first pages as well.
And you plan to put a third story on the rear of the house?
In the center of the house, as part of a separate application, is to do a rooftop access that would be,
It's
which
a
we're not
third story,
drawing.
It's a third-story deck.
Yeah, it's a roof. No, it's not a full third story.
Is it anything other than a parapet encroachment?
No,
In
there's-
terms of enclosure, it's only access to a roof deck, right? There's
Correct.
nothing else enclosed on that level
Correct. Yeah.
proposed.
If the board would permit me, the building department defines third stories as livable space. A bulkhead is not considered to be livable space, and therefore it's not considered a story. It still is considered a part of the calculations as it pertains to height. This is not encroaching on the height, and therefore it doesn't require a height variance. It's not livable, and therefore it's not considered a third story.
I don't see that.
Thank you, counsel. Just so we can make the record clear, in terms of the side yard, I just want to find the historical basis for that. So you have 4.9 on one side, is that right? And
Correct.
it's like 4.0 on the other, is that sound right?
The north side of the house, there's 4 foot 9 inches. That's the garage side, or the right side where you face the front of the property. And the south side, there's an existing 21 foot 10.
Oh, you're right, that's a pool, the way it's colored, I didn't see it was a pool.
in 78 doesn't show a side yard.
So it's the 4.9 that is existing and you think was somehow permitted in the historical?
Correct. Nothing came up as part of any of the application.
Yes, should have the same number.
The only reason you're here for a side yard aggregate is because of the pool, is that correct?
I don't think it does.
Well, the allowable aggregate we have is 35 feet, and existing today is 26.7.
Okay.
Oh, your required aggregate's 30, what?
35 feet.
Because you exceed the width, right?
Correct. The house as it is today. Our application does not go beyond that. It stays within the footprint of the house.
No, but your aggregate is a little out of whack.
Yes.
Because of the width of the front of the property. It would ordinarily be 15.
Correct.
And you're thrown into a 35 because you exceed the required.
Correct. We know, I think everyone, with the Lido Dunes, the position of the properties in residential B district. Residential B district works very well when you have a 60 wide on the street and 100 deep. You have 15-foot aggregate. When you rotate that property, the front and the rear yard setbacks alone create a very narrow house. So and the side yards therefore get very big, and we come here looking for pools in a side yard as an application for a variance for that, and so on and so on, because of the orientation of the property.
Because of the,
Orientation of the property.
now you're proposing the fence go all the way to the street?
We are proposing the fence to go to the property line, that's correct, as a 5-foot fence in the front, also part of the pool enclosure. I'm sorry, 6-foot fence in the front?
Right, all the way to Saratoga.
That's correct. So we have, on the southern side, we are proposing a 6-foot fence. And on Saratoga, we're proposing a 6-foot fence that turns back to the house. It doesn't go across the whole face of the house.
Right, on the southern side, you cut it back right at the garage. On the northern side, right?
On the northern side, correct. In the back, we have the gate back. We're showing the gate.
No, but on that side of the house, you're proposing to go all the way forward to the street.
On the north side of the house? On the south side of the house?
On the same side as the pool.
On the south side of the house, you are correct. We're
All the way to
proposing the
Saratoga.
whole southern property line to have a 6-foot fence.
Why do you think you need that all the way to the forward of the dwelling?
Well, again, because of the property orientation, all of the exterior space, the outside space is on the south side. So it's not like you have a rear yard where you can have all of your space in the back, it's all on the side. Also, when you look at the block, the neighbors direct to the south have their pool there. They have their fence there, they have their pool equipment there. We're not interested in really seeing any of that, or I just don't think it's necessary to see or hear any of that. There's no parking or driveway on that side of the block. So there's no necessity for a clear view triangle of the 8-foot. And it just,
I'm looking at Google Earth.
yes.
There's a wooden fence. I don't know whether that's yours or the neighbor's fence to the south.
The neighbor's property to the south is a through lot. It starts in Leamington and goes to Saratoga. We're on the backside. If you want, I could see the image,
They
or
have a wooden fence on Saratoga.
they have they have fences that surround their pool, and their pool happens to be close to Saratoga.
That's a chain link fence. Sure. You could join them.
great.
Yeah. Who's my question is, whose fence is this?
Okay, so they have two, it's the neighbor's fence. They have two of them, one back here and one here. And the reason is they have, through a variance, a through lot where their pool
Okay.
is on Saratoga.
Right.
Their equipment's all the way up here.
Okay.
So they have one fence here, and then they have another fence in front of it. And the gentleman was saying there's no need for a clear side triangle because there's no driveway here. That's why we're saying we'd like to bring our fence all the way to the front and come across so we don't have any view of pool equipment and anything that's going on here.
So that's why you want to put your fence. I'm upside down.
I think the other side
Over
is
here, right?
keep going.
Go ahead,
Spin.
flip it. It's upside down for me. Here it is.
Here's the house here. So,
But either way, that fence and the neighbors is probably not legal. I'm guessing it's not.
here's their,
There's only, we had many court cases about this, and most of those fences are not legal.
So our lot is here. This is the neighbors.
you can move that way if you
That's
want.
this one shown here? The wood.
And then
Now it's
they
a-
have their equipment here.
Right, but I'm guessing this fence
Yeah,
is not.
from this.
The one
all the
forward.
way across.
This one forward
There
here.
are very few fences in that neighborhood that are forward dwelling.
From the house.
There are a few.
This one here is 10 foot
Right here.
from the property line.
Like I
This was
would say.
granted.
No, no,
Right here.
The front,
I
that,
understand that.
that
Right.
fence
that's the one
may
you're talking about?
That's the one the
That's
gentleman
the
is
neighbor's
asking about.
fence.
Oh, no, but I'm just asking you.
What is that?
I didn't see this.
There, it's a through to through, so
This
it's street to
fence,
street.
Oh, I see.
That's the back of the house.
I don't see it on this survey. So,
They're in that.
would they allow to have a
It's gonna be, you know,
Yeah.
not fenced in?
this
I don't know,
was, this
in
was
18
granted.
years, it's never been asked, like, can I put the pool
That's what
equipment
we
on
do.
the fence or not?
Right.
sorry, Mr. Madonna.
It's never been asked, it's funny enough, right?
Yeah. It would be weird to.
But,
Not neighborly.
fence,
Yeah.
this is
Well,
this,
how did you do that? We don't watch it. Excellent.
street to street. Correct, they stop there.
That's right.
There are
So
a few
he
that
wants
have
to
been
bring this
approved.
out and go over. This is the neighbor's house, and the neighbor's the street to street, so
Today
it's
to help
different.
us understand what the neighbors are and why we're suggesting that we should try to match that.
Yeah, except that if you look down,
I get it, I know.
if you
You're
look
not
down the
inclined
street,
to-
can I see that? If you look down the street.
What about this? If that's the case,
If you look
the
down the
neighbor next door with the through lot was
Yeah, that's the
approved with a variance at 10 feet.
That's a unique,
That's not what, so they were approved at 10 feet, but they put it out
Now,
here.
you see the one behind it? See the PVC one behind it? It is in fact
I
there.
cannot see it.
There are two
You
fences.
mean behind that one?
Yeah.
this one may not be legal.
It's not.
So assuming the
They were
front
approved
one's
10
not,
feet in.
and the board's not inclined to approve this one.
Yes, you want a 10 foot.
It's not even not inclined, it was not.
No, but hear me out. You
On
mean-
our property here,
I understand.
one of two things, if you would allow us, we'll go down to 5 foot here when it passes
We would
the
be more
dwelling.
inclined to go back, to be perfectly honest with you.
Right, I'm off the
I got you.
record saying, if you would, when we pass the dwelling, if you would allow us to go 5 feet from up to here, sorry.
It's over there.
5 feet over here to this piece, and the rest 6 feet, because 5 feet required for a swimming pool.
I understand.
And if the board is not inclined to do that, match the previously approved
That's,
next door
we'd be
10
more
foot,
inclined
10
to
foot.
set it back 10 and let you be 6. That would be
Okay,
more
I mean,
likely.
if I'm gonna get
Particularly-
0 or nothing or
No,
that,
but particularly when you look at down the character of the neighborhood.
And
I'll grant you that
understand.
these people broke the rules, and, you know, we're
I
not
know.
gonna go out there
And I
and
don't-
hang
I'm
them
not
up.
here-
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
I
here-
get
yeah.
you. You're being very reasonable, actually. And I don't know what's going on with this lot.
so you wanna
Is
go,
that an empty lot?
well, it's up to the board.
Yeah, but we'll deliberate,
we
but
know
thank you. You've been very reasonable.
thank you.
So let me just make sure. Where is the, I'm sorry, where did you propose the pool equipment in the front yard? Was that,
It's in the pool equipment.
I know front yard, but let me just see where.
It's actually,
Oh, hence the reason you asked that question. Hence the reason you asked me that other question.
As part of the overall discussion we just had, if the board is not inclined to approve the fence that we proposed, we would
Out
be.
all the way to the
All the way to the front, and you deliberate and allow 10 feet, we'd be willing to withdraw the variance for the pool equipment in the front yard, and we will put it in the true rear yard in a conforming location,
Okay.
and withdraw that portion from this variance. Therefore, if you're inclined to approve the fence at 10 feet, we don't have an equipment,
Set back 10 feet or
and then
whatever.
equipment sitting there in the middle of nowhere and putting up an illegal fence in the future.
Thank you. So you're willing to do whatever is necessary to get as much as you can reasonably to get this project going, and you've got a number of other applications which
Correct.
you've presented that all seem very reasonable.
Right. And if I may speak about the pool, since we're talking
Please.
about it? We're also seeking a pool, and my name is Andrew Brom, and I'm an engineer, and I'm representing the homeowners with the swimming pool and the rear deck and the fence portion. We spoke about the fence, and the swimming pool that we're proposing in the side yard is 12'6" by 30 feet. We did tuck it as far back as possible with a 4-foot setback on the side and a 4-foot setback on the rear. The pool meets and exceeds all of New York State and Town of Hempstead codes and standards. As I mentioned, we're willing to relocate the equipment, remove the variance, put it in a conforming location in the true rear yard. And also, we have a proposed deck which would allow the homeowners to leave through the south side of the house, where they have 2 existing doors on deck level, and the pool will be slightly elevated to match the deck height, which would be 1 foot 2 inches. So in that, it requires a rear yard where 2 feet is required, and we're seeking 1'6". And on the south side, where 2 feet is required, I believe we're seeking 4 inches to allow for room to walk on that side of the swimming pool.
Figured it. Just what we thought.
So, Mr. Brom, if I understand you correctly, you want to withdraw that pool equipment in the front yard?
I think we can,
If you look here. Somewhere on my plot plan.
Mr. Pellegrini's right. I think it might be in your best interest
Two.
to withdraw that until you make a final determination about where you want to put it and preserve all your rights.
In other words, you were willing to
The pool equipment.
pull equipment, just to push that back, assuming the board would possibly give you a 10-foot setback, which is customary.
Yes.
So you would put the pool equipment behind on the pool side of that 10-foot fence?
No, we would actually move it to a conforming location in the rear of the home.
Okay.
And I've had this discussion with the homeowners prior to.
That's even better. So in order to take it off of the table at this point, you would want to withdraw that?
Just the pool equipment.
Correct, verbally
Okay,
now.
so say that.
I would like to withdraw the portion of the variance requesting the pool equipment to be located in the front yard.
Well said, Mr. Prom.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's for your,
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
We also have letters of support from 5 properties that surround the subject property that we'd like to submit to evidence now. Just have the 1 copy, though.
We'll accept those in evidence.
Thank you.
No. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
The only thing that we didn't really touch on is we're proposing a small window seat at the rear of the property. It projects a few feet into the rear. There's an existing bow window there that would get replaced, and this is just to create a window seat on the back of the home.
A window seat on the house?
Yeah, on the back of the home, which would create some seating, additional seating for the family room.
Is it within the existing bump out?
It's within the existing bump out of the bay window or the bow window, yes, but the building department wanted us to present it to you as we have.
Is it on the first floor?
Correct, yes, it's on the first floor.
See an addition on the first floor that's outside the footprint.
Drawing A0, it's a shaded, dark shaded area we can approach.
I mean, in the calendar.
Oh,
It's not outside the footprint.
He says it is. It's bumping out. We don't know.
To clarify, is it inside the existing footprint of the home or outside the existing footprint?
outside.
Okay.
It's a 2-foot projection outside. It used to take the place of what a window projection was, but technically the footprint is beyond.
Do we have any further, have you completed your presentation?
Yes.
There's nothing
Unless the board
else
has
you'd
any
like to add? Do I have any other questions from the board?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you.
Second,
Have a nice day.
all in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions?
It's going.
What's this one? Thank you.
Next, we're calling case 19123, West Hempstead, Vitaly Fuzilov. Variance side yard maintain 2 AC units attached dwelling, also known as 615 Buxton Avenue. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat, state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Board. My name is Vitaly Fuzilov. I reside at 615 Buxton Avenue. My wife and myself and our 4 little children recently moved into this dwelling, which we've purchased from the previous owners. The previous owners have been excellent at opening all necessary permits for the renovations that they've done, and all permits were closed with the exception of one, which is positioning of the AC units, which they have positioned roughly 3 feet away from the neighbor's property instead of 5. So I am requesting a variance for the positioning of those AC units. That is accurate. No, there is it was always part of the dwelling. There's not an open permit. There's not an open permit or a permit that requires an opening, to my knowledge. It's part of the existing structure. The stairway or the AC units? So again, the stairs were always part of the construction. The stairs were not something that the constructions, the latest construction had involved. I will add that the entire property received their certificate of occupancy from the buildings department.
Do you know when that was?
Yes, it was just roughly a few months ago, right before we purchased the property.
Yeah, it does appear that you're not here for that, so it's probably previously covered. But we just wanted to cover that, because otherwise you're just here for the AC units.
That's right.
see it. He's got nothing on it.
Sir, can you tell us what's in the basement?
So it's a fully finished basement. The latest construction added a room to the basement.
I'm just, because I'm looking at the closed permits, and one of them is a 2022 indicating remove the illegal kitchen sink in the basement. So has that all happened?
Yes, that has been closed.
Okay, so in the basement, there's no kitchen, no kitchen sink,
There's, yeah.
correct?
So I think they put the kitchen sink, at the time that we purchased it, put it back in, but there's no dwelling there.
What is there downstairs?
So there's a bar, there is a playroom for the kids, and the boiler,
Is there a bathroom?
there is a bathroom.
How many piece bathroom? How many piece bathroom?
How many, what, I'm sorry?
How many piece bathroom? You have a shower down there?
There is a shower there,
Shower, sink, toilet?
but it was all part of existing construction.
Doesn't indicate that on what we have.
So I'm sorry if you said it, I apologize. When did you buy the,
We closed on August 31st of 2022.
so you were you in, did you own it when you got the, remove the kitchen sink, or was that your prior owner?
It was the prior owner.
Okay, and so there's no kitchen sink down there now?
There is a kitchen sink. I think they put it back in.
Is it part of the bar?
It's not.
No, I mean, as part of the bar, I could understand a sink being part of a bar.
It's part of the laundry. There's a laundry room down there.
So there's a
The
laundry.
slop sink. It's a slop sink, essentially,
Is there any,
in the laundry room.
is there any refrigerator or cooking
There is a refrigerator there. There's no cooking equipment.
at any rate? I don't see anything on the search sheet indicating that the stairs
Staircase.
have been applied for and/or approved, but I'm sure that as part of its process, the building department will address that issue, and if you need to come back before the board for that, that'll all happen in the normal course of things.
No, absolutely. We have a certificate of occupancy which was received on August 17th. The dwelling has gone through more than a 50% update, and the entire dwelling was subject to a certificate of occupancy.
And when was that?
It was approved on August 17th, a few days before we purchased the property.
Of 22.
22.
So there's no money in escrow or anything like that? That was
Nothing.
all complete?
Yeah. The only, we were told by the buildings department, the only thing we needed to complete was get a variance for the AC positioning.
Okay.
That's your case, sir?
Was that?
That is your case?
That is my request, yes.
Do I have any other discussion or questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. Thank
Do
you.
I have a
nice day.
second on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? I'm recused. Let the record reflect the fact that I'm recused on the next case.
Next, we have case 192-23 through 193-23, Franklin Square. Dina Mancini, formerly known as Dina A. Margliano. Mother-daughter residence, second kitchen, variance side yard, maintain AC unit attached to dwelling, also known as 833 Hemlock Street. Are you here for this as well? Are you going to be speaking? No, they're not speaking. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Dina Mancini, 833 Hemlock Street, Franklin Square, New York, 11010.
Dennis Oliver, 924 Newbridge Road, Belmore, New York. Good afternoon.
You know,
I'm here representing Dina Mancini, 833 Hemlock Street, Franklin Square, New York. I'm seeking permission to maintain an air conditioning unit in the side yard and install a second kitchen for mother-daughter use. As far as the air conditioning unit goes, we're required to have 5 feet. We are proposing 2.3 feet for the side yard. For the mother-daughter, on the primary or first floor, Dina Mancini, who's seated to my right here, will be living there with her son, Robert. Robert couldn't be with us today. He is currently enrolled in college, so he wasn't able to get
it's currently what?
enrolled in college. He's attending college at this time, so he's not able to be with us this afternoon. Living on the second floor, which would be the secondary unit, would be Ms. Mancini's parents, who are seated behind us, Angela and Ralph Marigliano. They have 3 cars total. They'll be able to have all parking off-street on the property itself because they have the garage and tandem parking on the property.
Tandem parking for how many?
3 cars.
Plus the garage. So you have the ability.
Well, it includes the garage.
So you have 3 cars and 3 cars parking.
Right.
Okay.
We've gone over the mother-daughter fact sheet. She's read it and understands it. She realizes she can't have 2 mailboxes, 2 meters, and 2 doorbells. And the house must maintain the appearance of a single-family residence. In addition to
that the fact that if this were to be granted, it's only to you, and if it's sold, it would require the purchaser, in the event the purchaser wanted to continue to have 2 kitchens, either to come back for a 2-family, a senior residence, or an immediate family / mother and daughter. So this is granted only to you if it's granted.
That's correct. She understands that.
Okay.
All right.
There's a open building permit for the finished basement with a bath?
That's correct, sir.
What's the,
Have you been in there?
Yes.
And what else down there?
There's a big family room, the boiler room, and there's actually a smaller room that her son was using during college as remote learning, basically his classroom.
Okay, not for sleeping.
Not for sleeping.
Because as we know, you're not allowed to sleep in that area.
Correct.
and what's the holdup with the getting a certificate of completion?
Well, we're going to try and get everything inspected all at once. We needed a building permit to construct the second floor itself because the house is only 1 story. And construction's going to start on that hopefully within the next 2 weeks or so. This way everything will be inspected all at once and everything will be closed out all at once.
Okay, and the Board of Architectural Review, as you know, Mr. Oliver, reviews each application for mother-daughter to make sure that it's appropriate to convert to a mother-daughter and thereafter to revert back to a single-family dwelling. They make recommendations. Oftentimes it's to remove this door or that door. In your case, there was no recommendation made, and the Board of Architectural Review indicated that it is suitable to be used as a mother-daughter residence and convertible back in the event that such use ceases.
Terrific.
I just want to see where the fence is. Does any portion of the 4 or 6 foot fence come forward to the dwelling?
It does not.
Okay.
Is it shown on the site plan?
It is on the site plan, Mr. Pellegrini, yes.
It's a kind of a busy site plan, but.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. Actually, the furthest point would be on the north side. That's right at the front corner of the house, but not in front of it. And on the south side, it's set back, I want to say, about 15, 20 feet.
None of it is forward of the dwelling.
None of it's forward of the dwelling.
Mr. Oliver, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yes. What can I do with it?
What say you?
I had a consent letter in here somewhere, which I was going to submit. And being the organized person that I am, I buried it. Here we go. Yes, I have a consent letter signed by 5 of the surrounding property owners, most specifically the owners on either side of the property, stating that they have no objection to these variances being granted. And
Did you want to submit those?
Yeah, I just did.
We'll accept those into evidence. Anything else you'd like to add?
That is it.
Do I have any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you'll be notified.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Second?
Has a nice afternoon.
All in favor? Aye.
You too.
The calendar's there, Charlie.
Next, we have case 19423, Hewlett, Mir David Deary for 1346 Davies LLC. Variance lot area occupied, construct open front portico attached to dwelling, also known as 383 Franklin Avenue.
I'm El Savaldi, One Meadow Drive, Woodsburg, New York.
Rebecca Mentor, 367 Franklin Avenue, Hewlett, New York. I'm a resident.
Mr. Zavalli, before you...
Yes. We asked the same question, and actually yesterday again, and we received the building department response that it's, in this case, because it's open portico, it's an permitted encroachment.
To whom did you ask that question, Mr. Zavaldi?
It was conveyed, it was asked of Mr. Carnevale, and it was conveyed to us that he said, no, it's not
Who
required.
asked Mr. Carnevale?
The secretary that we called.
Names? No, like, I'm not trying to be difficult, but
Yeah.
did someone from your office ask Mr. Carnevale?
I
Or
have it in my phone. I can retrieve it.
wait, was it someone from your office that asked him, or
Yeah. My
who in
Robert
your
from-
office?
Robert from my office
Okay.
called the building department, and
Okay.
and he is the one who's
Called the building department and he spoke to Mr. Carnevale or someone?
someone on behalf, and they came back to us and they said, no, it's okay.
Do you know who it was he spoke to? Not for nothing, but just.
I need my phone to retrieve that email.
Okay, so you can give us that later, just in case we need to follow up.
Yes,
In case
yes.
there's any- Because I think a couple of board members here thought it would need a front yard average setback. So if that's not the case, we need to make sure we
I
communicate
understand. I
directly.
understand.
So,
Okay.
before we leave that, what is the size of this, the portico?
It's a 5x9.
5'7" by 9. And I believe you're allowed a 6-foot encroachment into the front yard, as long as it's not roofed over. Is that,
Yes, in this case, it's roofed.
so based on this glance, I don't think you're going to need it, a front yard setback, because you don't propose a roof over it, correct?
No, we do have a roof over it.
You do.
We propose a roof over it.
That might be different. Mr. Bogle?
I'm assuming, are we in a Res B zone? Which zone are we in?
B.
B?
B.
Yeah, so Section 73 permits one-story open porches and terraces not exceeding 3 feet in height. So that's the floor is not exceeding 3 feet in height, projecting not more than 6 feet into a front or rear yard. Roof overs are included in open porches. If it's enclosed, a one-story enclosed front vestibule not greater than 6 feet wide, 5 feet deep.
So the roof does not change?
The roof does not change the fact that it is considered an open porch, correct?
Okay, so.
As long as it's not enclosed.
So then your only lot area occupied. I'm looking at the plot plan, which indicates the total, it's written here as total surface, but I think you mean that to be the lot area occupied, right?
Correct.
And 27.5 is allowable, and you're proposing 28.7?
That's correct.
So you only need, whatever, 1.5%
1.2. Yeah,
over the allowable.
correct.
Okay, and that's the only variance you seek today?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well done.
Well, yes, I've been living on the block for about 8 years.
Oh, you're not with Mr. Zavala?
No, I'm not with
Oh,
him.
okay.
I just wanted to know, like.
Name and address for the
Well,
record.
my name is Rebecca Mentor. I live in 367 Franklin Avenue in Hewlett. I'm not with him.
Well-
So they kept on sending me these letters. So I'm like, you know what? Let me see what it's about. So I'm a little curious. I know everyone's just said, well done. I've noticed a lot of changes. So I'm just wondering, I don't know being that they're sending me these letters, I was curious, what is this going to look like? That's why I'm here today. Mentor, like mentorship program.
That's the front view. That's what's missing. This is already existing.
Yeah, because I noticed that this is not here.
This is what they put.
Because there's nothing here now, but now they want to add this.
And that's what we need.
Or nothing like,
Just, no, just this little thing here. From the side, it looks like this.
oh, I thought they wanted to like make it
No,
stand
no,
out more.
just this.
Okay, that's why I actually came today. I wasn't too sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They really wanted to get my attention.
No, I understand. I appreciate it.
Same as
So here,
same
this
as
is the
design.
front, this is the front.
Okay.
That's the rear. That's the front.
the backyard.
That's the back. And from the side, it looks like this. Just, the house is complete, and you know.
I thought it was going to come out. I'm like,
They're just adding the front,
Okay.
front stoop. That's all that's being added.
Sure. Town of Hempstead, right? Sorry. Yeah. You want to sign anyway? It's fine. I thought it was going to come out. Thank you. Yes, it's fine. I thought it was going to come out with more than what it was, so I freaked out. So when do you think it'll be done?
As soon as they give me approval,
You're coming in? Your family?
So was that helpful? the
Yes, it
material?
was very much helpful. I was a little alarmed because
Yeah,
they really wanted to get my attention, so.
The notices don't always, people get alarmed like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
But did Mr. Zavaldi answer any questions?
Yes, he absolutely haven't, and thank you so much.
Is there anything else you wish to add?
No, it's quite clear. It's it's nothing alarming.
Mr. Valdi?
I've
Done?
not, go ahead.
Any discussion from the board?
Mr.
If
Chairman,
not-
I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Zavaldi, you also will receive a copy of the board's decision in the mail once it is rendered.
Do I have a second?
Thank you. Safe.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next.
Next, we have cases 19523 through 19723. Oceanside, Marcos Benzaquin. Maintain accessory structure, shed with less than required side and rear yard setbacks and with lot area occupied variance. Variances, lot area occupied, side yard, rear yard, maintain wood deck attached to dwelling. Maintain 12-foot-high living fence forward of the dwelling on River Avenue and Pearl Street, which may substantially obstruct line of sight and also located within clear sight triangle, also known as 2840 River Avenue.
Let's inspect.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Monty Leeper, architect, located at 414 Foxhurst Road in Oceanside.
Marcos Benzakin, good afternoon, 2840 River Avenue, Oceanside, New York, 11572.
Good afternoon. So I'm here on behalf of Marcus Benzakin, residing at 2840 River Avenue in Oceanside at the northeast corner of Pearl Street, a main road connecting Oceanside to East Rockaway, which is section 38, block 534, lot 9, and is requesting variances to maintain the rear yard shed and deck, as well as the front yard living fence and masonry walls. that enclose the front yard and primary side yard, rounding the street corner frontage. Mr. Benzikin purchased the residence just prior to the national COVID shutdown, and even though he cleared title and had no problem purchasing the house, a real estate agent contacted him as prices were rapidly increasing due to the large number of people relocating from New York City to Nassau County. That real estate agent did a search before offering to get Mr. Benzikin a much higher price for his home. Even though Mr. Benzikin has chosen to stay put, he has now been made aware of the issues before you today, and he wants to resolve the issues of the shed, deck, and fences. The shed is located at the furthest point in the rear yard corner diagonally across the property from the street corner as required by the zoning variance for corner properties. The shed is 1.1 feet instead of the required 2 feet from the north property line and 0.7 feet instead of the required 2 feet from the west side property line. The shed is 12 feet 6.5 inches tall at the peak instead of the required 9 feet maximum height, and is divided into 2 storage spaces. The structures in question, including the shed, deck, and walls, plus the living fence, have been in place for approximately 20 years, according to neighbors. Part of the shed has an open overhang area, which was apparently made for an outdoor serving counter, and when Mr. Benzikin restores the deteriorating deck, he hopes to use the overhanging area for the serving counter. Yes.
So let's just deal with the shed. I have the shed on for rear yard and side yard. I know you mentioned some of it's overhang, but it's looking like 15.5, 19.3. You know the numbers. So I don't have it on for height, which you mentioned, horizontal maximum or larger. Now maybe that's because some of it is open. Is there any reason I don't have it on for those?
I don't know the reason why it isn't, but I wanted to make sure that it was part of this variance.
Well, it's not, technically.
Yeah, but it's not even rejected for that on this file. Is rear yard side.
Again, I have no idea why it wasn't objected to.
Did you say part of it was open?
Part of it is open. On sheet number 2 of the shed drawings, it shows a building section with the elevation, with the heights. And that's where those heights are shown.
I mean, is it your opinion it needs, you said 12.6, you know 9 is allowable. Is it your opinion that it needs horizontal, larger, and height?
In my opinion, it's over on height and required a zoning variance for the height as well.
And what about horizontal, 19.3, 15.5? It's not a big deal, but.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with you about that.
That's not a big deal, or it needs a
No, he agrees.
I'm not saying it's not a big deal. I'm saying I think it needs a variance. I think it should have been included.
Horizontal height and larger.
With all due respect, I'm not going to.
No, just. You even have on your sheet properly that larger is 282.9 instead of 144. Horizontal's 12.6.5, and the other side's longer.
I was very clear about that.
And you just testified 12.6 instead of 9.
Was this shed at one time a garage?
I don't think so. I did ask the same question. Unfortunately, since contractors are not held to the same standards as homeowners, this person, who also was a contractor as well as a homeowner, did whatever he wanted. He built this illegally, and my client bought it that way. So when I came to look at it, I couldn't make heads or tails of whether it ever was a garage. I don't think that it ever was, because it's not the right shape or size. And I'm quite confused as well as to why it's 2 spaces instead of 1 open space. But that's the way it was built.
So, Mr. Lieber?
You want to approach Mr. Lieber?
Certainly.
Joseph, have at him.
at least make, you want to go back and prove? Okay. You can let the record reflect that counsel, that Mr. Leeper, the representative for the applicant, approached the bench to explain a few of the issues that the board was confused about. On one, as it relates to one, and then Mr. Pellegrini can make the record as to whatever was otherwise discussed. I spoke to counsel for the board. It appears that the shed, given its size, might need additional variances. I would propose that we amend the caption to include horizontal maximum larger than allowable and height, given that you have testified to the dimensions as such, and you were of the belief that that is also needed. Also the materials submitted and on file for over 30 days with the board show the exact dimensions of the shed, its location, the grid associated with the plot plan indicates exactly the size, so anyone who was interested in the matter would have been able to see from the drawings, from the grid and all the materials, the size, height, width, et cetera, of the shed. So I believe there was sufficient notice, despite the fact that it was dropped out of the caption administratively, in terms of indicating those variances were also needed. But again, all the materials show exactly what the shed is, where it's located, and its dimensions. So we'll talk again with counsel to the board, but I think it might be sufficient notice to those interested. As we can see, there's no one here. So I think that may be acceptable. So moving from the shed to whatever's next. Mr. Pellegrini, did you need to make any record about your conversation with the representative for the applicant at the board?
No.
Okay. So I apologize. I was conferencing with counsel, so keep going.
I would say, Mrs.
Yes.
In the future, if you see something like this,
say something.
You're registered. I have to. You're a registered architect. You've been filing here for
Ever.
30, 40 years almost.
Don't date him.
Take it up back with the building department.
I have to see him at the gym every morning. So.
37 years.
Better than me.
37 years.
37 years.
Okay. So moving right.
Sorry to interrupt. May I approach for a second? Just briefly. May I approach?
Did you already put your name and address on the record? Okay. I don't know. Okay. Thank you. So we've gone through.
Nothing. You said something.
Okay, so just let the record reflect the applicant indicated to the board a few specifics about the application in addition to conveying to the board that he has every intention of complying and doing what's best for the community.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to also add that the shed area covers 282.9 square feet, where 144 square feet is the maximum allowable. And we are including both the height and the area of the shed in our variance request. The deck is in need of repair. Some of the deck boards have rotted and are sagging or broken. The deck will be brought to a safe and finished condition. The deck benches and front wall of the deck, along with the shed, bring the lot coverage to 41.6%. The height of the deck above the ground is 16 inches. Our request is to maintain the deck size and location, which is built to the north property line and fence. The front walls and living fence also have been built by the prior owner and have also been in place for approximately 20 years. Due to the location of the corner property on a busy, well-traveled main road, the living fence and masonry walls serve as a sound and vision block for some sense of privacy. The walls are 30 inches tall or lower, with pillars at the ends of each section that are 6 feet 7 1/4 inches tall. They are built with planters and are stucco finished. Mr. Benziken was explained the clear sight triangle and will maintain the line of sight. Measured according to the ordinance with 20 feet unobstructed view from the intersection of the two roads, the walls are 30 inches tall or less and set back out of the line of vision to not interfere with the view. The evergreens are noted on the plans to be 30 inches tall across the corner of the property, as well to not restrict the view across the clear sight triangle. The living fence arborvitae hedges will be cut to 6 feet tall in either direction, west and north from the corner, to be maintained at 6 feet tall. The home, shed, deck, and walls and living fence are intended to be kept in impeccable condition to continue to enhance the neighborhood without restricting the clear sight triangle or emergency access to the site, and will not adversely affect the health, safety, or welfare of adjacent properties, the surrounding neighborhood, or the community environs. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the variances be granted. And that's our case.
I just have a few questions about the fence or shrubs on Pearl Street. I know the house very well, okay? And can you clean it up so it's not hanging over the sidewalk? Are they trees there? Do you have trees along with shrubs?
I think it's all shrubs, to the best of my knowledge, but I might be wrong, but
I don't think so.
I may be wrong.
I mean, because 12-foot shrub, you need to clean it up. All right, there's a sidewalk there on Pearl.
Absolutely.
Okay, and make sure it's not hanging over the sidewalk or, you know, infringing on anyone walking Pearl. Because I do know it's traveled by a lot of cars off of Ocean.
Train over there. You're 100%.
Yes, yes. Okay, so maybe you can clean that up. All right, thank you. Well, how long will it take you to have it cleaned up?
You know, as long as I know exactly, you know, what the board will require me to do, I will comply with your instructions, and I will order the gardener to do it right away.
Okay.
Sure.
I just want to point out, I am looking at the pictures, and I can show them to you. It's on my computer. I can bring it to you.
I looked at the
But the trees that you're referring to are actually the street trees on the tree lawn part between the sidewalk and the street.
So they're not his trees?
So, well, technically they're not. They're on public property. I imagine they can still be pruned.
No.
You're responsible for that.
You're responsible for those trees.
And the last thing I just said was I imagine they can be pruned, and I would encourage my client to
Yes,
prune them.
please do.
Happy.
Because your property will look much nicer.
I was afraid to do anything. I wasn't sure what I'm allowed, what I'm not allowed, and that's why I'm here.
So I'll hold it, yeah. So when do you,
Sure.
Is there anything else you want to add, Mr. Leeper?
That's our case.
so you do understand what has to be cleaned
You say you want me to cut the trees?
on Pearl?
Yeah, sure. I will have my
No.
gardener do it.
The trees or the, not the hedge, but the trees, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Well, you say the hedge is only 12 feet? As long as it stays a minimum of 12 feet high,
Next.
the shrubs.
Maximum.
Are we saying a minimum or maximum?
I mean, maximum,
Okay, I just want to be sure.
the minimum.
Believe it or not, I found in the town code, as I was looking through, I think it's a typo. I want to pursue that. But in one section, it actually does say fences should be a minimum of 6 feet. I think they meant maximum.
I'm not sure. Be careful what you wish for. You
Is
might
that
not
a
want to
living
put
fence?
So just since you mentioned it,
Might
I
not
just
wanna
found
pursue
this.
that.
I'm sorry?
I don't think you might want to pursue that now.
I think one or more of the board members may end up inspecting this, so in order to schedule it, do you have any idea? You might as well wait until you've done what you're going to do. So,
In other words, you'd like to see it cleaned up before they come?
Yes,
yes.
yes.
Well, then I'm going to ask the same question. When do you think that can happen?
That could happen right away. I mean, as long as, I will say within a week, yeah.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah,
That will
absolutely.
just facilitate.
I have a gardener, yeah.
Just be more efficient if we wait till that.
So we're looking just that I'm clear what the board, would like me to do is you want me to clean the trees on Pearl or on River, because it's a corner. I'm on River. My entrance is on River. Your concern is on Pearl or on River? I mean, you want to have a clear understanding. You're talking about the ones on the street. Okay. Okay.
There is a tree on River also.
I just wanna have a complete understanding of what I need to do so that I don't come back and I look like a fool.
Well, I think we're talking trees and shrubs.
Replaced?
So you want me to just cut it like this or cut it from the top?
Trim it vertically so that it's nice and not overhanging the sidewalk.
I understand. Nothing into the street. We're not talking about the height, we're talking about into the street.
Well, 12 feet, we said.
Right, and they're 12 feet
12 feet.
maximum.
12 feet high and nothing on the.
Yes.
I will say, let's, just to be on the safe side, we should do it, let's say, call it 14 days, just to make sure that they have the right equipment and the back. I'm not sure that the gardener is back.
I'll be inspecting.
Yes, that will be fine, yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Yep.
We'll put it on reserve until such time.
Okay.
Till I can inspect. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
That's it.
Can I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Liepert, you and your client will both be notified by mail the board's decision once it's rendered.
Do we have a second?
Thank you. Have a nice day.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case.
Next, we have case 19823, Merrick Taco Bell of America LLC. Install, replace LED menu board not permitted in conjunction with existing restaurant, also known as 1709 Merrick Road.
Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Fry, attorney for Taco Bell, 94 White Plains Road, Tarrytown, New York.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Pacheco from CAC Sign, the sign company, 169 Lodi Street, Hackensack, New Jersey.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. We're here today on behalf of Taco Bell in connection with its restaurant at 1709 Merrick Road. Taco Bell is simply here to replace their existing menu board. The reason for the variance is only 2 detached signs are permitted under the town zoning code. Right now, there's a pylon sign and the existing menu sign. However, the building department determined that the replacement menu board is going to be the second additional sign. The good news is that
Two, and you have two.
Two.
Because I'm
We're
confused about the install
Sure. Sure. So the code only permits 1 detached sign. However, while there's 2 existing detached signs, the existing pylon and the existing menu, we're replacing that menu sign, and the building department requested us to get a variance for the new menu.
But you already had 2 detached approved, no?
Replacement.
We already had 2, but I'm unsure if a variance was ever memorialized for the second, for this menu. So we're here today for the new replacement sign.
But net, you're still going to end up with 2 detached.
Yeah, net 2 detached. Also, the good news is that the existing sign is 54 square feet. The proposed is an LED sign, which is much more modern, and the board can change as the day goes by, and it's only 24.9 square feet. So it's actually a 50% reduction. In addition, the sign is still going to be screened by the restaurant building, so the front yard, you won't be able to see the sign. And
Perhaps that's the reason why you have, because it's an LED reader board.
Perhaps that
The other
may
one
be-
was not.
Yes, and we're happy to apply for the variance. and we
That's
understand.
why you're here.
Is it proposed in the same location as the prior sign?
It's, as shown on the plan, it's slightly moved a few feet in a different location, but it's still behind the restaurant,
Roughly how many feet from where the existing is?
approximately 10 feet.
Along the queue?
Yeah, but behind the back of the building, exactly. Still in the back of the building.
Anything else you need to add?
The only thing I'd like to add is that similar to the other restaurants in the area, McDonald's at 1813 Merrick Road, Burger King at 1727 Merrick Road, and Wendy's at 1728 Merrick Road, they all have more than 2 detached signs. And McDonald's has a similar LED menu as well.
You have anything else to add?
That's all.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Each of you have signed in, receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it is rendered.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Have a nice day.
Appreciate your time.
Next, we have case 19923 Seaford, MGVG Seaford LLC, doing business as Starbucks. Special exception to expand outdoor dining, variance in off-street parking, expand existing Starbucks, also known as 3860 through 3870 Sunrise Highway.
Nobody cares.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat and say good meeting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chelly Deegan Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, here on behalf of the applicant, MGVG Seaford LLC, DBA Starbucks. Seated to my right is Mr. Tom Whitney from Catapano Engineering. Catapano is a site engineering firm assisting the applicant with the project at hand. The property is situated on the south side of Sunrise Highway in Seaford, address 3860, 3870 Sunrise Highway. The board may recall that back in 2017, this property was the subject of an application to the board for variance and special exception relief to permit the redevelopment of the property in order to introduce the building that is existing on the property, and that building was proposed at that time and ultimately was approved to be used as a building that had the easterly tenant space as a Starbucks, approximately 1,800 square feet, and the westerly tenant space as a retail site. And in addition to parking relief and the drive-through special exception, it needed sign approvals, all of which were granted with conditions by the board. The property was developed in that fashion and actually utilized in that fashion for some time. The retail space was a Verizon store, and the Starbucks was and still is in operation. Since then, the Verizon store has left, and Starbucks has actually decided that they would like to occupy the entire building in order to make the entire property a Starbucks operation, which will, we believe, we certainly assert that will actually improve the site circulation and parking conditions at the premises. The site, when it was previously approved, required 29 parking spaces and was granted a variance for 21 parking spaces. With the new occupancy of the entire building as a quote-unquote restaurant, it requires 39 parking spaces. So we are asking for an additional parking variance to accommodate for that. We're also asking for a modified special exception approval to permit more outdoor dining seats, since they'll now have the entire front of the property to utilize for the outdoor dining.
How many outdoor dining seats do you have now, Mr. Professor?
Presently, we have 4 to 8. We're going from 4 to 8 outdoor dining seats, and we're going to from 30 seats total to 56 seats total. And I would like to just point out the relevance of that. If, you know, the parking requirement for a restaurant, as the board well knows, is a two-pronged standard. It's either one space per every 100 square feet of gross floor area, or one space for every 3 seats, whichever is greater, and then whichever is greater, you add one space for every 4 employees. If you look at the parking calculations for this building, the square footage of the building generates the need for 36.6 parking spaces, and then they add 2.3 spaces for the 9 employees that they have. But if you look at the number of seats, even in the new building, which will be 56, the 56 seats will generate a need for 18.7 parking spaces. And when you calculate that in with the small training room that they're going to have and the employees, that generates an actual parking demand of 23 parking spaces. They have 21 on site. So we certainly are of the opinion that taking away that retail space takes away conflict between the people who needed to park on site to access the retail space with the significant drive-through activity that takes place for the Starbucks. So now it'll be entirely a Starbucks and only a Starbucks. And the addition of 26 seats, I mean, we've all been to Starbucks. There aren't a lot of people sitting inside the Starbucks these days. More than 50% of their activity is the drive-through activity. So, and I've always certainly proffered the position that the more accurate determinator, if you will, of parking demand, actual parking demand, is the number of seats. Because buildings like this, Starbucks operations, if you look at the floor plan, you see a lot of space where the customers never go to at all. There's a lot of what do you call it, back of house. Back of house space, which is prep, refrigerators, and other equipment and storage. And then in this one in particular, as much as they're going to be taking the entire westerly tenant space, only the front, actually less than the front half, is going to be used for seating. The rest is going to be used for a proposed employee area, partners, they call it partners area. It's really an employee lounge and lunch area. And then they have a small proposed training room, which is where they might have some teaching things for their employees. But they don't, that would strictly be used for Starbucks. It's not a space that's going to be available to the public to occupy for any kind of private parties or anything like that. We would accept a condition to that effect. So when all is said and done, the conversion of this Starbucks to, or of this building to a solely Starbucks use, we feel will certainly enhance the site circulation and the parking on the site. Now, the other modification that is the only site modification that is being made, and if you want, Mr. Whitney can elaborate on this in greater detail, is they are moving the menu board, the ordering, is it the menu board or the ordering board?
The menu and ordering.
The menu and ordering board. And what the, right, pardon? It's the
two separate units.
2 separate units, but the board where they place their orders is moving further away from the pickup window. And what they have found is by doing that, they provide more time for the staff to prepare the coffee, and there's less wait time at the window when the patron actually pulls up to the window to pick up their coffee. So it actually speeds up the queue that much more. So
that move isn't going to affect adversely otherwise the queue, like it's not moving back in a way that it jams the queue up, I assume.
Go ahead.
So we'll still have the same number of cars in queue. When the queue is light, someone will just be further away from the window, but the idea is that when it's full, the person orders longer so the coffee is handed off faster. When they get to the window, they're not still pouring it or they're not still brewing it. It's done and it's waiting there at the pickup counter. So they say, you know, you're Tom, here's your coffee, done. And the idea is that the handoff time then becomes faster. It's a newer standard that wasn't in place at the time when they did the original building a few years ago. And during COVID, they've learned a lot of lessons about handing off coffee a lot faster.
I apologize if you already said, Mr. Bonesso, But the space that Starbucks wants to expand into, what was that prior to this?
It was a Verizon store, but it has been closed for some time. And part of the reason was because there was kind of conflict between people coming onto the site to park for the Verizon and the drive-through lanes, particularly in the morning when they are at their busiest. So now it will be strictly a Starbucks site, which we believe, even though it's deemed an expansion that triggers a higher parking requirement, we think it'll actually operate better.
Did you, and again, if you said it, I apologize, I was looking at the map. Did you explain the degree to which the Starbucks folks in the morning actually even park, or if they're mostly drive-through, and like how those aspects of why you don't need as much parking?
Well, I did mention that certainly in the morning, far more than 50% of their business is drive-through parking. So the amount of people actually parking on site are relatively low. Throughout the course of the day, you might get people going in and parking, maybe having a quick lunch or something to eat with their coffee. But they don't have a very high parking demand because they're so active with their drive-throughs. The change to the drive-through, we think, is very relevant because it will speed up the ordering process. And I think that's relevant because it addresses the one comment that I believe that the board received, which was a letter from the neighboring shopping center, the Seaford Plaza. They had indicated that employees were parking in their site. That maybe that was happening when the Verizon was occupying the space, but now from what we hear from the Starbucks operations people, the employees are certainly parking on site. There's no need to park off site. There's plenty of parking with the 21 spaces. And the other thing that they had indicated was that there were times that there were backups in front of their exit driveway onto Sunrise Highway. Again, we think that's what it's relevant that we're modifying the drive-through to make the drive-through operate faster, and it'll limit those situations when that happens.
Now, in prior Starbucks cases that have come before the board, there's been testimony that the morning hour is the busiest, the midday is less so, and there may be an evening rush time too. But from sitting on this board, I've learned that for the most part, those middle of the day times when it's busiest, it's mostly drive-through. When it has I want to come lunch and sit on my computer, it's not the busiest time. So Absolutely. That would seem to account for the parking fluctuation and the fact that when it's busy, it's drive-through. When it's less busy, that's when they park. So at the end of the day, the parking is never what the square footage would calculate.
Agreed.
But is that what you're...
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I was going to make one additional point with regard, the outdoor dining, as noted, we're just increasing the outdoor dining by 4 additional seats because now we have the front of the westerly portion of the building, so the seating will go out there as well. But beyond that, this is we think, certainly an improvement on the operation of the facility, one that will benefit
Mr. Vanessa.
the surrounding area. Yes.
The chairman has something to ask you about.
When do you propose to have your dumpster pickup? In the morning?
We're actually going to keep the conditions in place
What were they?
that are in place. We have. That was the other point I was going to make. We have conditions that were imposed by the board back in 2017. The only condition that we were going to suggest removing is number 17, which said that when the subject premises are closed for business, chains shall be drawn across the entry to and exit from the subject premises to prevent use of the parking area. That was never implemented because the state didn't want us to do that along Sunrise Highway. They felt it was an unsafe condition. So that was never implemented, so we would ask that to be removed. But that being said, the condition on the pickup of refuse was that it would not occur before, 1 second. Number 7, there shall be private refuse and garbage collection, but not before 8 a.m.
We have an email here that says that your dumpster pickup is 4 to 5 in the morning.
We'll have to address that with Starbucks and advise them of the condition that they have in place. We had not heard of, when I checked with Starbucks on that, I asked them if they'd had any issues with any neighbors regarding violations of the conditions. They said they had not. So, and then the one communication that I saw, which was last week, was the letter from the adjacent shopping center. I had not seen a communication to that effect. But we'll certainly talk to Starbucks about the condition that was imposed and is in place. We're not asking to change that condition.
Go ahead.
When you say the adjacent shopping center, which direction?
It's directly west. It's called Seaford Plaza. It's a small strip center. And its exit is basically adjacent, maybe 20, 30 feet from our entrance. And along that roadway, there's 2-hour parking permitted in a separate parking lane that runs along the front of all these spaces. The shopping center, Starbucks, and just beyond us is a Wendy's, and then there's another small user beyond that. But that whole side is 2-hour parking that's permitted on the street.
I don't know.
May I approach?
Right. Several issues with respect to lighting and volume on the speakers.
This came in on Sunday. If I may just have a moment. This came in on Sunday, and it references the dumpster pickups.
We can let the record reflect that there was a comment sent by a neighboring community member containing a few issues that were then the chairman presented to council, and the council will now address them individually on the record.
See, the car's already queued up on the map.
Well, the modifications they propose are supposed to alleviate this.
Ambient sound detector.
Because the queuing is supposed to take less time, right?
So
I don't know, buying that? I didn't think
So,
So what do you want to say?
so 55 or 60.
Back on the record?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for sharing the comment that was received on Sunday, this past Sunday, regarding the property. I had not seen that. I had been advised by Mr. Owens that the only comments that had come in last week were the letter that was received. But with regard to these comments, we can address two items. One is that the dumpster pickup is occurring earlier than permitted. The code or the condition imposed was after 8 a.m., so we'll certainly advise Starbucks of that and make sure that they're complying with that condition.
Is it private pickup?
There is private pickup, yes, so they should be able to control that, right? And the other thing regarding the sound associated with the ordering system, there is a condition that indicates that it be maintained at a volume not to disturb the neighbors. I know that Mr. Whitney tells me that he's sure that the system there has a self-attenuating system to it, but they may not have it switched on. They may not be operating it properly. We'll make sure that they operate it properly and see to it that the volume is not exceeding the limits that are imposed by the condition.
I think it's 55 or 60. That's the
decibels?
level. I mean, you could check it, but I think it's something like 50, 55. But also there's even if it's not already addressed in the prior conditions, I think there was also mention made of at least one other issue with the lights. Can you address that?
Well, the lights, the lights reference the lights on the rear of the building. We can ask them to turn off any lights that are facing the residential properties, but
Or shield them, they usually shield them.
yeah, we could do that, right?
We could do shielding.
Yeah.
We can see if we can. That's not it.
Whatever it takes to have them
If we're
not.
unable to shield them or replace them, we'll put a timer on them. So that they shut off.
Usually that's easily shielded. That's what's standard. Are those the three issues addressed? There's no other?
Those are the three issues addressed.
Okay.
That's our direct presentation. Nassau County Planning Commission recommended local determination.
That concludes your case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Spanos, would you like to speak? Messieurs Spanos, plural.
So, Mr. Vanessa, maybe go to this
Can
side,
you-
sir.
yeah.
And Mr. Vanessa, can you give him one of the mics?
Oh, sure.
And I
How
guess
about
a
another chair? Another chair would be
No, we'll
nice.
get you a chair. We have one on this side, or we can. You got it?
Check out.
There's a chair here. Thank you, Patrick. We got one, Mr. Bogle. Okay, so did you swear them in? You did, right? Yes. Name and address for the record, please.
Jerry Spanos, 463 Cold Spring Road, Syosset, New York.
Okay.
George Spanos, 485 Underhill Boulevard, Suite 302, Syosset, New York.
Tell us what you'd like us to know about this.
We own the shopping center next to this Starbucks
Which direction?
on the west
Okay.
south side of Sunrise Highway. We love the improvement that took place on that property. From what I understand, all the neighbors, they're very happy that Starbucks is there. I know my tenants are, except there's one big complaint. the drive-through is so busy that it backs up into Sunrise Highway and it blocks their entrance and our exit.
You mean the entrance to that, your property there?
The entrance and exit to our property, but it also blocks their entrance. So when their customers try to go in for pickup, they can't go into their parking lot because it's blocked by the line of the drive-through.
Did you hear Mr. Benesso and Mr. Whitney speak about the fact that the improvements that they want to make would alleviate that in some way by speeding up the queue?
I did hear that. I would like to see it. I don't know how it's possible to
see it too.
Mr. Chairman, there's another condition that we can have the board impose, and I talked to Starbucks about this. At its busiest times, they can implement an employee outside to take orders even beyond the ordering board. Moving the ordering board will definitely speed things up, but at the busiest times, they've indicated that they can have an employee out there with a handheld ordering device to take orders at its busiest times so that the orders can be going in, and actually they can kind of double up, have some orders taking place at the order board and have some orders taking place on the handheld, which will speed up the system even further. So Starbucks indicated they would accept a condition to that effect as well.
Mr. Benesso, they can take all the orders in the world. If the cars are still queuing onto the street, can that be combined with someone out there taking orders and, like, I don't know, directing them into parking spots or making a second queue line or something? Because the idea, like, no matter how fast you take the orders, the cars have to get off the street. Is there a way to arrange that?
Is that something that they can do?
I've seen them accept a condition in the past where someone will direct traffic if there should be a backup that occurs, to basically tell people park in a stall.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at it with all those stalls, and I'm guessing you have very few people actually parking in the morning on the way to work. So you could probably queue some people into those stalls that are closer to the exit or whatever scenario you guys envision. But some kind of condition that is you can't leave people on Sunrise.
Right. No, we can accept conditions, both of those conditions, however the board wants to phrase it, but basically implementing an additional ordering person out near the entrance to the site and having a person, whether it be the same person or another person, directing traffic into parking spaces so that we're not creating that backup.
Yeah, just to ensure that no one's queuing on the street.
And perhaps a sign indicating that it's not acceptable to queue on Sunrise Highway, if at all. I don't know how you enforce it, but if you could make the effort.
It is so busy that they are going to queue onto Sunrise Highway.
Well, our goal is to
Try to minimize that.
Anyone solve the problem. You guys can figure out how business-wise you can get it off Sunrise.
The traffic will be on Sunrise Highway no matter what. This place is busy.
Well, traffic is
The problem is, right, the queuing. The problem is that when somebody's online, they wait online on the entrance. So when somebody is going in to do a pickup order, they can't go inside to park and go pick up.
Perhaps they could keep that lane open so that people can go and park in a space and then go and pick up. Is that an acceptable condition? You'll keep that lane open and unobstructed.
Well, isn't it wide enough for the queue and someone to pass by?
It is, but people,
Yes, there's
in theory it is.
there is a lane that could be used for cars to pull in and park.
But not on the entrance ramp. The entrance ramp is what gets blocked up.
It's the first car at the curb line that's angling to turn in. If they stop there, then they're blocking.
Oh, turning a right in, they're blocking
So
that.
have
I see.
someone, an employee, and maybe the condition is something like Starbucks.
Keep that open,
employees
open, unobstructed.
queuing and not blocking of curb cuts to themselves or adjacent tenants, adjacent properties. That's the problem. It's that one car that it's not queuing in,
So a condition that is basically you will ensure that no cars queue on Sunrise Highway
Right.
and/or block the entrance to your premises.
Your
And
entrance.
then you guys figure out how to make that work.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's something they can do, I think, safely. You know, they don't want to be traffic directors. They're, you know, young
But-
people working at a coffee shop, but that's something they can do and wave people through, and we will make sure that.
Yeah.
The issue is that when the employees of Starbucks come out and direct the traffic, and there's an argument between customers, then he just says, call the police. It doesn't solve the problem. There's instances that my tenants, they were all complaining that something has to be done, and I was sitting there early in the morning to visually see Starbucks employees park on our lot and walk over. And I couldn't believe it. The Starbucks lot was empty, and the girls were coming to park in our lot. And I said, excuse me, why are you parking here? She says, I'm late for work. The entrance is blocked. I can't go in.
Can I ask you a question? What time does that occur, sir? Since they're
Between
late.
8 and 9.
And how busy is your parking lot at that time? Do you have, what retail uses do you have in your shopping center?
At that time, my parking lot is empty.
So why don't you put a gate or a chain across the front so they can't do that? They can't park in your lot, run across, and then they can't exit out
It's not
that way.
totally empty. We're open for business, but there is room for people to park.
I understand, but what suggestion would you make to prevent this problem from taking place at Starbucks? I mean, it's a busy shop, I understand that. But you know, how do you resolve it? If you have a suggestion, we'd love to hear it.
I was thinking about it, and the only suggestion that I can do is having a security guard to direct traffic so that the entrance to Starbucks is not blocked.
They've already agreed to that, not a security guard necessarily, but one of the employees.
They agreed to a condition, if this is to be granted, that they will figure out a system to ensure their people are not queuing on Sunrise Highway
Right.
and or blocking those who wish to turn onto their property or other properties. And that's an agreement they're making here.
I find it interesting that people will choose to park in your lot and run across, and yet they won't park in Starbucks lot
They can't
and
get
walk
in the
right in. I understand that, but we're trying to alleviate that,
Right.
okay?
So theoretically, if we keep that opening open, they won't have that.
Hopefully, they will.
You'll instruct
So we'll be able to,
Right.
yes, and we will certainly advise Starbucks that they have to tell their employees that they should be parking on their
Go
own
in.
lot. They have enough parking.
There's a Starbucks near me in Oceanside, okay, in their exit lane, okay? They have an entrance too. So they're queuing around,
redirect
just exactly
traffic.
like this, and they go out, but there's also people who can come in. So if you redid the
From their
parking-
exit lane?
Oh, yes, they do. On their exit, they're also coming in. And there's
All
also
this-
that at a couple
All
of
this for
McDonald's.
Let me
$6
ask
for
you,
coffee.
on that one, does the drive-through wrap around the front of the building? So the drive-through
Exactly
traffic
like this one, and it's a lot smaller.
exits and crosses in front of the cars coming in?
This is the car block.
No, when you're
Yes.
okay,
But if
when
they
you're
divide that
exiting,
off,
they're at the exit sign,
what if they
people
make
can
it so
come
you
in and park along here.
Still can't. No, but if an employee wants to park here, they'll be able to get in. It'll be a lane only for pickup, for drive-through. And then if people want to. What it is already. Again, the whole issue apparently is this car. Yeah, but if this was wider. But won't that car still block?
Yeah, but the people going around the
Because he
site are
said
only
the
in the
car is
queue.
trying to get there.
Okay, but
I don't know
I
if
haven't
they
seen
don't
any
go line or
comments that
something.
they're
I
coming
don't
in
know.
the other way.
You see what I'm saying?
And then
He
backing
said
out
that
and
this is the
going
issue.
out the same way.
What really has to happen is they have to have someone out there who goes, pull in over here.
280 points, they were down over 500. The futures were down over 500 points.
I don't see
What
how
if
they could
what if
possibly
you
do
angled it the
it.
other
Easy.
way?
They have someone out there who goes pull in and
Well, I've just seen it in a few areas in Oceanside.
pull up and wait here.
Oh, there's a fire.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They have someone on top of it who stands basically here, and you can take orders while you're here.
Never go to stop.
Right? And when a car goes
You know,
there,
tell
you
your
go, hey,
employees
you
to
go
come
there,
in that
you
way
tell
and
this
park in
car
the
to go
back.
here. When the next one comes, you scoot them up, and you queue them right behind. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Basically, they need a double queue. I want to grant them a variance.
It's a problem for Starbucks because people don't want to wait on this long line and they want to come and pick up, but they can't get in
Right, it all comes down
to
to
pick
this-
up,
to the-
right?
Comes down to that one car.
This is the problem. It's for your benefit and for all of us.
So we've got to keep that.
It's that one car.
Well, you know, I was just asking Mr. Whitney if it would be possible to widen our entry lane, but he tells me that there's a fire hydrant there. So, but perhaps we can explore that in some way.
But I don't know that widening it would solve your problem, because your problem is that one car that is angled to get in. If someone moves that car in as if it's almost a second queue, I mean, what you really need is double queue.
If we can widen that even to the point where two cars can safely get in, one passing the other to go park in the parking.
Yeah, someone says scoot up, make it a second queue.
Look into that, certainly.
Well, we'll put the burden on you in the event it's approved.
Prepared to accept the conditions regarding the stationing of a person at the entrance to keep that driveway clear at that point.
And the others about the lights, et cetera. Is there anything else you wish to add, sir?
Can I see how the drive-through ordering?
The board was at car, which is here, now, and they're moving it to 7. So that the person, when they get here, they have a bit of more time when the queue is full, so that they're not waiting for their order at the window. It's sitting there done, so it's more of a handoff instead of a
Pellegrini.
assemble my order.
Solution.
It's not complete, so it holds the queue back.
Mr. Owens. So, did you guys exchange information? And you got the room back in the back if you want. Okay, hold on. Let me wait for the chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think they're done. I don't know. It's up to you. I think
It's not up to me, because you were one.
I'm going to have further conversations with Mr. Spano and Mr. Spano outside, but that's our direct presentation, and certainly.
Yeah, you want to present your, in writing after you get through with
Surely.
these
Yes.
guys, and then propose conditions?
Surely.
Oh, we're going to need that letter back, to tell you a copy, but you can get a copy of it if you want for your response. And Peter, don't they ever go and address those issues and the general condition about keeping everyone off of Sunrise and blocking the ingress there generally, and then we're going to leave the mechanics up to you in the event we were encountered.
Monsieur Spanos, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you.
Do I have any discussion by any of the board members? Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Vanessa, so everyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision
Do I
by
have
mail
a
once it is
second
rendered.
on that motion?
Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Pardon? Okay, all right. It is now 10 after 4. We're going to take a 10-minute break to allow our court reporter to exercise her fingers, her digits, all right? We'll be back at 20 after 4.
Mr. Mark Anthony, is it summer where you are? I don't get it.
Aruba. That's those hands, Stephanie.
How many years?
You can't go on the rides? Do they let you on the slides? 5 minutes, Mr. Brown, Mr. Nelson. Stephanie's got just the hands.
I'll put them on my desk and I'll have them for tomorrow.
All right, I will come back in here to see you.
Yeah, I'll be up there. Something?
No, just getting ready. No, I'm good. I'm just getting ready. Just wanted to make sure. He won't be testifying on my cases, so the answer is yes. And I have never seen the ink get dry on page ever. You know, it's not going to happen. I try to get one to get along. Everyone's on board. Somebody always comes up.
Okay, next we have case 20123, East Meadow Route 106, Inc., doing business as Public House. Variance in off-street parking, special exception to park in front yard setbacks on Newbridge Road and 7th Avenue, special exception to use part of premises for place of public assembly and amusement maintained bar, also known as 346 Newbridge Road. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon again, Chairman, members. Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City. For the applicant, this is an application pertaining to an existing bar on Newbridge Road. You heard the notice. I confess I got involved with this matter late. I'm not exactly sure the history of this particular application or why this applicant was charged with the variances that he's being charged for. Because they really relate to the shopping center that's already in existence, and nothing has changed with respect to that. With respect to the shopping center, apparently the applicant, who has been operating this establishment for the past 6 years, needed to renew his public assembly license. He'd previously been issued public assembly licenses by the building department, not a zoning public assembly. And I guess at the time of the renewal, he was told by the building department that he needed to, go through this process and receive these approvals and so forth. Although the tenant space that he occupies is not changing, it's not being expanded, or it's remaining this neighborhood pub that it's always been. If you look back at the history of the property, this shopping center was developed in 1967. It was under an approved plan that was approved by the building department July 5th, 1967. And I scoured the property card, and I found on the property card a reference to a lounge in a 5-store shopping center with parking just where it's located today on the corner of Newbridge Road and 7th Avenue. So, and Richard M. Bavone, the East Meadow Chamber of Commerce, with whom this board is familiar, also told me that in his lifetime, he's lived in East Meadow, I think, for almost all of his life, there's always been a bar located here. Originally, he is from Elmont, that's right. But for in his memory, there's always been a bar here. There's a bar indicated on the property card going back to the 60s. No. This site, to my knowledge, has never been before this board. There are many permits that have been issued over the years. They're all annexed to the search sheet, which you have in your file, for various types of work. For example, the building permit for the original shopping center is dated July 1st, 1967. It's a closed permit, and the work description is 5 stores. Then there are a series of other permits that were taken out over the years for various interior alterations, new facade, and changes of use within the center. But it was never denied to this board for parking. It was never denied for parking in the front yard setback, nothing. So triggering, as I said, what I believe triggered our coming here was the current operator of the bar went to renew his public assembly license, and that touched off this process. Again, I wasn't representing the client at that time, so I'm not exactly sure what the rationale was. By the time I got involved, it was already coming down before this board, and a date had been assigned.
For the public assembly?
Yes.
That was being renewed, or did?
Correct.
And when was that originally issued? You said it already.
I don't know when he's operated the bar for the last 6 years. He's a tenant. He bought the business from the prior bar owner. As I said, there's been a bar there, as far as I can tell, back to around 1970, late 60s, around 1970. And that's evidenced by the property card.
So he went to renew the public assembly.
Correct.
And the inspector said, or
Oh,
said,
you need to get
you need a parking variance.
You need a parking variance, and you need a special exception
to maintain a place of public assembly and amusement. Went back and looked at the code the other day. I see that that term is not defined in the code. In my experience, these types of neighborhood pubs, bar stools, a jukebox, a pool table have not generally been considered special uses. I think they've been generally treated like retail or takeout restaurants over the years.
If there was already in place a special exception for public assembly, or.
It wasn't a.
If there was already in place a permit for assembly and amusement.
There was
He was renewing, it was just that they claim now it falls into the category of special exception?
There was already a public assembly building department occupancy, 75 persons, that had been issued, and I believe that that had been issued down through the years. As a zoning matter, it was never treated as a place of public assembly and amusement. It's never been before this board. Nobody ever said at any time that the bar needed any kind of special approvals down through the many, many permits that have been issued here over the years. It was just treated like a regular, yeah, exactly. Building department determines the occupancy, 75. That's the occupancy that was issued. That's the occupancy that would be renewed.
Yeah, we'll give you the opportunity to speak after he finishes presenting.
So this time, on renewal, it touched off this process, and so what it was sent to the board for was now a special use, special exception for the use, and then these two parking issues. The parking on the original plan from 1967 shows 16 parking spots in the parking lot that's along on the corner of Newbridge Road and 7th Avenue. The present layout that and again, my client is just the tenant. He's not the owner of this shopping center, so he's being put in a position to have to discuss, parking for the entire center, but what is now shown on the plan is 21 spaces laid out. Correct.
So from 16 to 21, we're talking about.
Correct. Right. So the original plan that was approved way back when the center was built showed 16 spaces. The present plan shows 21 spaces. The building department in this process required that the parking be recalculated, and it's laid out for you on the site plan. And they calculated the parking for the bar according to the 75-person occupancy. So even though this is a 1,500 square foot space, they assigned 25 parking spaces to the bar at a 1 per 3 person calculation instead of doing it by the square footage. All the other uses require 5 or 6 parking spaces.
This was a retail store. How many spaces, did you know? How many spaces?
5 or 6, just like the other stores in the center where we call out the parking.
Mr. Brown, I'm trying to follow this. So on the analysis, it says area A, B, C in terms of the parking.
Right.
When I reference that on the map to figure out which one yours is, A, B, C, and D are, skip over yours.
A, B, C, and D are the other stores, and ours is in the middle, public house.
So what should
Right.
be on my thing?
It's at the bottom where it says subject space. 75 occupants divided by 3.
And do any of the other businesses in this group have a parking variance so we can calculate?
No, there was this site has never been sent to the board for anything before, to what I can see from the records. Permits have been issued over the years, changes of use, on and on. Nobody ever denied this case for parking in the front yard setback, deficiencies in parking, or anything of that nature. This is all being occasioned because of the renewal of a public assembly permit from the building department, and for whatever reason, they're now determining that this bar which has existed, as I said, for decades in various forms, should be treated as a place of public assembly and amusement. And I would also note that if you look at your photographs, you'll see that in the front of the building on Newbridge Road, there is a right-of-way that was created some decades ago. It's not part of the subject property, but my understanding is the town created it, or somebody created it. I don't. Maybe the town says it didn't create it, but it was created, and it's a parking lot. So we don't get credit for that parking, but there's parking in front of the building as well.
There's parking in front of the building on Newbridge Road?
Yes, Newbridge Road
Certainly
is.
doesn't look like there's enough room for that.
No, it's. I think Mr. Rowans can show you. It's like a shoulder that was created off of Newbridge Road. It's like a marginal road, similar to some of the places we have on Hempstead Turnpike.
Mr. Brown, but even, so there are 5 separate
Yes.
businesses in this area.
Yes.
Even, someone needs variances for parking, even if, your client isn't the only one, if it's taken as a group.
Right.
There's 21, and even if if your client only needed the 5 or 6, we're still over the 21. So this.
So that's what, the way that it's being calculated today has been sort of foisted upon my client, who's just a tenant, to quote unquote legalize this center, even though this shopping center has been in this configuration since its construction and was legally permitted as such.
You're certain that none of the other businesses have come for, because that would be credited, you know what I'm saying?
There's nothing on the search sheet that indicates that any case was ever sent here, and all of the lists of permits don't indicate that anything was ever a variance case.
So what would you, just curious, doing what you do for a long time, if we were denying any parking variance on these premises, how do any of these businesses continue on? Because
You're right.
it
affects the whole premises. It's not just my clients. I guess the rationale would be that the way they are recalculating my client's tenancy, a parking requirement as a bar with 1 per 3 and basing that on your occupants, that's throwing the whole thing way over the limit. I guess that was the idea.
What is the business in area A?
I had this written down.
Is it retail or?
Yes, it's the typical nail salon, ice cream store, pizza place.
Or delis or food?
There's a pizza and an ice cream place on the corner. And a nail place.
12 chairs? Pizzeria?
I think it's just a takeout type pizzeria. I'm not sure, but
I have Mr. Brown, I have another.
sure. Could I just note, it was approved as a takeout only facility back in there's the pizza takeout only back in 1981.
When did you say this shopping strip was created?
1967.
Do you know what the parking calculations were in 67? What I'm getting at, is it possible that the sizes of the parking spaces have changed, increased? They're now handicap required, which takes up 3 spaces.
It very well could be.
We back that up and say this complies because the parking spaces as configured back then worked.
It very well could be. I can hand up the site plan that was, approved in connection with the building permit back then.
And how many stores were there then? And
5.
5 stores?
5 today, 5 then.
And how many spaces were on that site plan?
16.
16.
Yeah, they added 5.
Well, right. I think the way he's showing it now, the way that the architect has now designed the striping, he can do 21 spaces.
My point is that back when it was built, they provided adequate parking.
Yes.
And that adequate parking was for 5 stores with 16 spaces.
Yes, I mean, that's what it appears. Again, it's a little bit hard to read the print here, but it's stamped approved July 5th, 1967, 16 spaces. It appears to me that that's a building department stamp, nothing to do with the zoning board. So I don't think it was sent for variances. It was deemed compliant.
Thank you.
So basically what I'm...
Sorry, Mr. Brown, just one second. As for clarification, the three spaces per individual was started in 2005, effective November 29, 2005, 1 parking space for every 3 seats.
And I'm told by my friend that the parking requirement back then was 1 per 250 square feet, so it was less restrictive.
That's what I...
And that's probably, yes.
How this got here without
Yes.
going before the board.
Yes. So what I'm really saying is nothing about the footprint of this shopping center or the location of its parking has changed since the beginning. There's always been a bar there, or there's been a bar there for many decades. The bar is not expanding. That's so if the board believes it needs a special use permit, we'd ask you to issue it and allow the business to continue to operate. And that's all that there is to this case.
Mr. Brown, so usually with the restaurants, and as council just indicated, they go 1 per 3 seats. In your case here, they're actually saying we're going to allow you 75 occupants, and we're going to allocate 1 per allowable occupant?
That's how they determined it. It's because it's not a restaurant. It's a pub. It's just a pub. It has a pool table. It has a jukebox. So,
A valid liquor license, has that ever been suspended?
not to my knowledge. There may be a person or two here from the neighborhood, so I don't want to speak, but I did ask my client. He's not aware of any, complaints or hasn't had any major issues in his 6 years running the place.
And as you understand it, since 67, this particular part of the building has been run as some sort of pub?
Yes, there's been one on site. As I said, that's what I was told by someone in the neighborhood, and I also noted on the property card, they list the occupancy at the time this card was made, which would have been, I believe, around 1967. Carvel, Pizza Pride, Sherman Kitchens, Beauty Salon, Colonial Lounge.
Mr. Brown, are you at all familiar with the various operating hours of the other places?
Generally, I mean, I believe they generally open, midday, and then I was told that he maintains his hours based upon, demand.
But I mean, for example, Area A, in terms
Oh, yes. Basically, the other uses, the ice cream place does stay open till 10.
Which one's ice cream?
I believe that's at the end store.
Okay, ice cream.
And the other uses are either closed or closing or around 7 o'clock.
So the other 3 you think close?
Or the pizzeria may be closer to 9, I should say.
Is the pizzeria near the ice cream shop?
It's in the middle of the center, I believe. It's very small. It's only 5 stores.
And then, other than the ice cream and the pizza, you think the others close around 7?
Around 7, yeah.
Okay, and does your client indicate when his busiest time?
Yes, this is a later hours establishment. So he's really not busy until after 9 o'clock at night.
And he stays open till
He stays open until
closing time?
when there is demand. On the weekends, he does stay open late.
4 a.m.
Yeah, yes, he does. He told me that he does when on the weekends, but generally not on other days when there's nobody there.
So during his busiest times, I guess for all of his busiest times, 2 of the other establishments are closed, the 7 o'clock.
I think when he's really busy on a Saturday night, everybody else is out of there. This is like I said, this is after 9 o'clock. This is people taking Ubers. The parking lot is not heavily utilized.
And actually, the Uber is an interesting phenomenon. We had a case not long ago that we were initially opposed to, I think, well, at least I can speak for myself, because it didn't appear that there was enough parking. Upon reevaluating the case and getting more testimony, you know, I guess we had to be jolted into the modern age.
Yeah.
And realize that a lot of the
It's
young
convenience.
people who go.
Yeah, and he specifically told me that his younger customers are coming exclusively by Uber. Yeah.
My son thinks he gets to take Uber going around. No, you don't. You're
He's
15.
underage.
He's not going here.
Not going.
So that's how this came about, and so I don't see this as really there's no change from the conditions. And again, the use issue, it's not defined in the code. I think historically that the town does not treated a small pub like this as a place of public assembly and amusement for zoning board purposes. Otherwise, this board would be inundated with these types of things. I'm not aware that many have come here that are of this size. So I don't know that that's a fair thing to charge him with, but again, it's a pre-existing use.
Is there anything else we need to know? Like, for example, has your client had a lot of complaints to the building department or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Police or any kind of other trouble that?
Not that I'm, according to him, no. I asked him, he said he has not had any major incidents. He did not describe any kind of, ongoing problems to me.
And he otherwise has no other issues pending with, I think someone mentioned the SLA or?
No, he has no,
Like,
no.
there's nothing
Not to my
overshadowing
knowledge.
this issue?
Not to my knowledge, no. It's not been discussed with me.
All right.
And that's my case.
We have some objectors. Would you like to come up to speak? Please come.
Mr. Brown, you're going to confuse us going that way. Can you go that way? Old habits die hard here. So there's 3 over there for you folks. Mr. Brown, there's 1 for you. That'll work. No worries. Thank you.
I am Carla Lamino. My address is 2624.
Can you speak up a little?
I'm Carla Lamino. My address is 2624 8th Avenue, East Meadow.
Janet Franzese, 2635 8th Avenue.
Anthony Azzato, 363 Abington Place.
Who would like to speak first?
You don't mind?
I don't mind at all.
Okay, regarding the parking that they attest to, back in '67, when this establishment or strip mall was built, the houses were not there, okay? If you look at your area radius map, this bar is surrounded by private residents, okay?
How long have you lived there, ma'am?
Pardon me?
How long have you lived there?
I've been there 27 years, okay? Regarding the parking, many times I'm on 8th, as I just stated. They have trucks that will come and park, whether they work at the bar as bartenders or not, because I've seen the truck parked there multiple times. They're pickup trucks. Many people that frequent the bar will park on our streets, not just mine, 7th, Abington, because they've gotten wise to the cops. And if you read one of the reviews that I read recently regarding Public House, they said, don't park there because the cops are waiting across the street to get you. And I have family that work in law enforcement and first responders, and they'll tell you, people that come out of bars don't normally want to be noticed by your law enforcement. Okay, so the parking spaces, they're not adequate. Okay, number one, they show on that map, or the drawing, 21 spaces. Well, there really aren't 21 spaces there because there's a dumpster there. There's a van or a big truck for the ice cream shop. There's also 2 vans that are sitting there now in that lot that are probably, people are using that lot for storage. Maybe the landlord is renting them. I don't know how that goes.
Are you saying they're not, pardon me,
It's okay.
not adequate to accommodate this business, or are you saying that throughout the day it's a
Well, this
constant
business
problem?
actually, I'm sorry, this business actually is requiring more spots than the smaller stores. All right, this pub is requiring, I believe it
You mean
was
the calculation is
20 for the
requiring?
calculation, 25. The lot rendering that they show is only 21, but it's really not 21 once you take into consideration that they have the ice cream truck there, they have the dumpster there, so forth and so on.
Are you
Okay?
saying that?
Parking is a problem.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
You're saying when you said the parking's not adequate, are you just referring in general that throughout the
That they
day?
park on our blocks, yeah.
Throughout the day, regardless of, for example, if this was a pizzeria, given that there are 5 places there, are you saying that the whole place just doesn't have adequate parking for the 5 businesses that are there?
I think what I'm saying is adequately for the pub, because you never see anybody, very rarely do you see somebody, get in there, leave their car in our vicinity where I can see it or my neighbors can see it, and then come back 15 minutes after they've picked up a pizza. These people that go to a bar are there for hours. I've had those, people have come home from work and not been able to park. My son hit my car because he had to park and block our driveway, all right, because we had to block our driveway because we couldn't park, okay? My other issue is this, okay? We can't park by our own homes. The gentleman stated that their hours of operation are whenever it gets busy. No, they're stated on the Public House website that they're open till 4 a.m. every single day. In East Meadow, and I've looked it up, okay, there's only 2 bars, Public House being one of them. The other one is Waitskill, which is located on East Meadow Avenue, which is a long commercial area. Okay, those are the only ones that are open till 4. As I previously stated, this bar is surrounded by homes, okay? It's killed our quality of life. In addition to the fact that, as I said, you have the residential area on 3 sides, okay? Which is, either side, 7th Avenue, directly across. If you look at the area map, you'll see what I'm referring to. Okay? The noise and the disturbances that we have encountered and had to tolerate over the past, I could tell you going back to 12 years when Gary Hughes was here as a councilman. Okay? He was instrumental in doing something. At that time, it was called Jake's. This bar has been Jake's back in the day. This bar has been a problem since back then. We talk about 1967 when the bar was first, when there was a bar first established there. 1967 to 2023 are 2 different times in history.
There was supposed to be a ball back in 67.
Anyway, one person at a time.
Did the record show that it was supposed to be a ball?
Excuse me. We allow one person to speak at a time. You will have the opportunity to express your views, okay? But she can only take down one person at a time.
The loud noise, there's music. They say they don't have a cabaret license, but my God, I'm mid-block, and people beyond me can hear it. That you can't keep your windows open in the spring or the nice weather because it's so vibrating, because of the bass. One Wednesday afternoon.
Right next door to it, right?
No, I'm not.
She's catty-corner.
I'm catty-corner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm catty-corner. But people hear it beyond my home, down on East, okay? Because they've said something to me, in talking, how neighbors will talk, so forth and so on. Okay, there have been many disturbances, okay? That 911 has been called, okay? There have been people fighting. I was informed by my neighbor recently, my other neighbor, who is unfortunately not here this afternoon, that there were people rolling on my lawn one time because they were fighting, and he called 911. Okay? Any 911 calls, and there have been many, okay, are verifiable through the police department, okay? As I said, the music, there's an ordinance within the town of Hempstead that music or loud noise shouldn't go over a property line. Well, obviously, this is going beyond multiple property lines, okay? We don't want to see a cabaret there. There's also you'll see on your drawing of where the parking area is, it says concrete slab. It's on the 8th Avenue side. That's actually a Verizon sub box, which is encased in anchor fencing, I guess you'd say, and there's another sub box there. Very often, because there's a ledge on that, the people will come and hang out at that corner all the time, and they'll fight and they're loud. And you can say what you want, but I'm a very light sleeper, and I've had to get up. I have family members that worked shift work in the city and wherever, and you get up, they come home, they see these people, the crowd, they're loud, they're noisy, and we're disturbed. You know, we can't enjoy our homes. I understand that there was a bar there prior to when those homes were built. My house was built in '82, okay? But as I said, there's got to be something that can be done. You know, they say they don't have music, they have a jukebox. They have a jukebox, but that jukebox probably, if they do have a jukebox, but it emulates throughout the area. In addition to that, if you look at any of their advertisements, and my other neighbor was here, unfortunately he's not here right now, showed me ads where they say live music, and that was as recently as 4 months ago. And I think I've kind of, you know, I mean, I understand the guy wants to be in business and fine, but it just isn't conducive to the area. As I said, it's too many residents involved and disturbance, you know, peace disturbances, and that's all I guess I have to say. Thank you very much for listening to me.
You spoke about vans being parked on the premises. Are they there overnight, or are they there during the day?
I went to the bank this morning and I saw 2 of these vans parked there in addition to the ice cream truck. You know, but they're parked back against, there's a fence, because the fence that separates the parking lot from the residence, there's nothing near there, so they're against that fence. Whereas on my side of 8th Avenue, that alleyway is really tiny. You know, there's no, whereas a lot of the other establishments like this particular bar or bars, there's a distance between homes and the street, so to speak. Say, if, I don't know how familiar you are with East Meadow, but say where Uncle Giuseppe's is. There's a bar there called Dugan's. That's a huge municipal parking lot in the front and a huge municipal parking lot in the back, which breaks down, you know, it doesn't have the effect on the neighborhood that it does by us.
Which alleyway? You said that's a narrow alleyway?
There's a narrow, in other words, where the lot is, you'll see the fence, okay? Where the lot is, where the parking spots are, okay? And then down between the building and that, there's an alleyway. And the alleyway is, I think, now narrower than,
The alleyway goes off of 8th Avenue?
yeah, goes to 8th and then that lot.
Tell me your address again, because I was trying to find you earlier.
2624. I'm on the corner. There's a house, this is what I said, if you would look at the, well, you probably have it in front of you, the radius map. Okay, so there's a home on Newbridge Road and 8th Avenue. There's a home directly across the street from that lot on 7th Avenue, and homes.
Newbridge, are you referring to?
It's on, its address would be Newbridge Road, I guess.
Well, there's no address, but do you mean on the?
Corner of Newbridge and 8th. Corner of Newbridge and 8th. Okay. So, and then there's all houses down there, all the way down, if you look, if that shows you a picture. Okay, then when you go to 7th Avenue, directly across from the entrance to the parking lot, okay, is another home. And next to that, and then all the way down Newbridge Road are more homes. And all the way up 7th Avenue are more homes. And behind. And Abington and. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know, and then, you know, we've tried to work with them. I know Gary, well, that was the old bar, the old owner. He said this gentleman's had it for 6 years. But there's been, right now, I guess maybe because they're waiting for the permits, it's been beautiful. You know, at least I know, you know, it's fairly. But as I see the trucks come and they park on our block. We've even had one truck that my neighbor looked at and parked by his house, and the truck had an expired registration, expired inspection.
When you say truck, are you referring?
I'm talking about a pickup truck.
So not a commercial vehicle?
Not that, no. I mean, and, you know, and these trucks are sitting there for 4 hours. I mean, and we more or less know who, pardon me? On the residential streets, yeah, residential streets. Sometimes they're there, sometimes, I mean, then other people park there. I've seen them, you know, at 2 o'clock, and people get out of their cars and they walk all the way down and they walk around the block to the bar. I'm done.
Next.
Okay. I'm Janet, like I said, Franzese. I'm the one actually directly behind it. Like I said, they're neighbors, they're never, and I do hear people down the block saying, oh my God, did you hear it? And they're like 10 houses up the road. I'm right next door to it. Been trying to work at the houses were built in around 1990s, so I'm in since 91, so 31 years. And yes, it has changed, but prior to that in 67, there was no houses, it was all just woods, and slowly but surely they started building. So that's their 31 years, and it has changed over the years. Smaller bars, littler bars. In the beginning it was good, and then, like I said, a few years ago we had issues with Jake's. But I'm just referring in the last few years. I mean, COVID was nice because it was a little quieter, but in the last...
It's true.
No, yeah, well, we were home a lot. Maybe I was drinking my wine in my house, but that's another whole story, to tell you the truth. But anyway, yes, I mean, in the last several years, more 911s have been called, not by me, but various neighbors, because you do hear fighting outside, you hear screaming outside, drunken people outside. So 911 has been called by various people. I mean, we, try to be respectful and not to do that, but when it gets so out of hand, a week short of sleep, or you'll hear kids screaming and people in each other's faces. So they have came over the years, and I guess you could pull the record a little bit. The music is very loud. I mean, I don't know if it's a band or super, super loud noise, but you can hear it up the block through the windows. And then especially when later in the night, they open the back door, so it just magnifies it even more, per se. What was I going to say? Yeah, okay. So the loud music, the fighting, and the 911 calls. Like I said, we try and work with them a little bit, but when they open the door and it goes, you can hear the music. It'll wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, that's how loud. Like, it's okay to have it inside, but once they open the doors or they increase the things, I guess they do advertise, live music or loud music on different days. So I think that piece of it, and the parking, they do come down the block. When they come down the block, then you find beer bottles, on the streets and so forth. I think that's what I want to say. Okay. Oh, you want my pen? Oh, you take the mic.
Okay, so just to reiterate what everybody's saying, it is a quality of life issue. It is becoming quality of life and has been a quality of life issue for us. Along with that, you can see the bottles that are left on I'm on 363 Abington, so I'm on the corner north. I'm on the southeast corner. You would see it's my property. So you would see on my sidewalk, grass area, you'd see bottles of urine that the kids are sitting in there. They're pre-gaming before they hit the bar. Then they're filling up these bottles, empty beer bottles and all, with urine, leaving them on my lawn. In the middle of the night, you're seeing little drug paraphernalia, little baggies left there that we've already had calls in regarding this back in the day. A bar does not belong in that neighborhood where we are. The bar does not belong there. All right? I don't want to see anybody go out of business, lose their money, but if there was some way that they can control the overflow that they have, the kids going out there, hanging out, drinking open bottles on the side, if they can control the open bottles, the kids hanging out on the side, I'd hate to see any business get shut down. Believe me, it's the last thing I want. But it's bad there as far as the environment that we live in. There's plenty of calls. I don't know how they're saying they don't hear it, but there's been plenty of calls regarding the atmosphere of a bar on our block that we've dealt with. We've dealt with this problem for at least 15, 20 years now. What they do is they sell a bar out, goes to a new owner, same problems start to build back up. The best we could hope for is a good owner at this point. Now, as far as your licensing, I don't know if they're starting to refer to a cabaret license or entertainment license. Maybe that's why they're requiring it now. I don't know if it was supposed to have one back then, if this was even supposed to be a bar in the storefront. So if maybe that could be researched, and if they're supposed to have a cabaret license, I hope that you don't give it to them. That's all I can say.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bratton? No, go right ahead.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
So, Mr. Pellegrini was showing me on the map,
Yeah.
the overview. So besides the 21 parking spots in the parking field or the lot, I didn't realize until Mr. Pellegrini pointed out that easement area
Right. State easement area, how many would you say are there?
I would defer to the neighbors. Maybe a dozen parking spaces? 10?
Okay, we'll
8 to
just
10.
use 8. And then there's also apparently street parking also on that. It appears by the satellite. So there's that easement area, right? And then there's street parking of the same length. So there's a couple cars there. So
Right.
I'm going to guess 1, 2, 6. I wouldn't say more than 6.
Sounds right.
Okay. And have you had any occasion to sort of look at some busy times, or has your client indicated, you know, at a busy time on a Friday night, for example? I mean, it seems like a lot of parking spots to me, especially if all the other businesses at the time.
What he indicated to me was that when he is busy, as I said, almost everything else is closed, and if there are, let's say that the lot that belongs to us, if it would be, he considered it crowded if it was half full.
On his, not including the
Not including the easement area.
easement and then the on-street. Those are
Correct.
separate. That's what I didn't realize until Mr. Pellegrini.
And I, you know, I didn't get into a detailed study here again because, and I'm not diminishing the neighbors' concerns, but only because of what I stated before, that this is what has existed. Nothing has changed, so that this is the way that it was legally built.
Now, in reconciling the radius map with the satellite image, I can see how, it's hard to see where the business zone, which is where the
Yes.
applicant's property is, but I can't tell where else it is. I note that the residential areas that you've indicated are certainly entirely residential in that direction, but I see across the street multiple businesses, and I'm just trying to figure out where the business zone begins and ends. Is it 100 feet off like is standard, or? Look, I see the large strip, I'll call it a strip mall for lack of a better, across Newbridge, slightly to the, like basically starting Caddy Corner.
Yeah, and it's probably, I don't know, the center is a little bit of an odd shape, but along 8th Avenue, it runs back just over 90 feet. So it would make sense in the town zoning that the residents would start right after that. That's typically, as you know,
Yeah.
how the zoning lines were drawn.
Right, and they're usually, but like across Newbridge, I see a portion denoted as business on the radius map. And then where I see this large strip mall, as I'm calling it, it says CA Residence. I mean, maybe it's not a strip mall, it's hard to, it looks like a strip mall, but maybe it's like multifamily housing? What's across?
CA residence would be typically, yes, would be a multifamily.
Well, CA Residence is just a zone, I'm saying.
Okay, but usually they've spot zoned those, so to speak, for.
Sorry, do you know what that is? Across, almost directly across the street and slightly, slightly south.
Well-
Yeah, isn't that where the
Okay, it
school
looks
used
kind
to
of
be?
like it might be apartments. Okay.
It's a converted school. Yes.
I should ask you, Mr. Pellegrini.
Dating yourself.
Right. And then there's several businesses directly across Newbridge?
I believe so, yes.
And that does appear to be business zone there. It's just odd the map is a little different than we normally see.
Yeah, well, I think Mr. Pellegrini would probably agree. Newbridge Road has residential housing that fronts it, and then there are mixed in, there are these business, either small strip centers or freestanding businesses that are mixed in along that whole stretch. So it's kind of it's not uniformly business or residence, Newbridge Road in general.
Okay.
She can't wait, time out. There you go. No, you keep it, Mr. Brown.
If you go from 8th Avenue or 7th Avenue north on Newbridge Road, where I indicated where that house was, directly opposite the parking lot entrance. Okay?
Yes, Yu Ying is the name on it, maybe.
Pardon me?
The name on the raised map is the Yu Ying house.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. I don't have a house number.
Okay, but if you were on Newbridge Road, okay, on the radius map, which you may not see, but you take Newbridge Road North, the gentleman said it's integrated with businesses. No, it's not. It doesn't start a business till you get past First or.
You get past what?
Almost until Newbridge Road. Until Hempstead Turnpike. It's all residential.
Well, right.
So you get to the Burger King and the Animal Hospital on the northwest side of Newbridge Road. It's all residential.
Well, I'm looking across Newbridge Road from the subject property.
And you're looking next to that apartment complex, correct?
No, the apartment complex is slightly south, if the directional on this map is correct. But then, hold on, but right there, isn't that right across?
Yes.
Yeah, right across the,
Yeah. That's a business, right. There's a pharmacy there.
There's the school, the CA.
is it,
There's an all-state or.
There's the subject property, right?
Nina Deli?
There's actually like a deli, a surgical supply, a cleaners, a barber shop. That Lucy Lash.
Yep.
And several other businesses.
And then
Okay.
behind that is like a big parking lot.
Okay.
Lucy Lash. We could check that out.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I'm not.
I just would close by saying that we're not seeking a cabaret license. That there'd be we're not seeking permission to have dancing, live music and dancing, which is the definition of a cabaret.
Or live music alone.
Correct, that would be fine. I would think it would be reasonable for the board to impose a condition that the doors remain closed when the rear door that I guess is opened and lets noise out. I think that's a reasonable request. And again, I know I'm not suggesting that the neighbors are, inaccurate in what they're saying, but certainly if there are noise violations and so forth, those should not be tolerated and should be reported appropriately. And again, I will emphasize to my client that that's not going to be permitted, and he'd have to keep the door closed, no live music. I think that's all reasonable.
Is there some sort of communication?
Sure. I would be happy to facilitate that.
So that if there's something that's happening in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I don't know how many of these problems are current and how many were historic with the prior operator, but you're right, you do have to rely on a good owner. We can impose these conditions. I can give you the owner's contact information. I'll give you my card. I'm happy to stay involved as necessary to try to facilitate that. So I'm not saying, too bad you're stuck with it. I am just saying that, it is, in my opinion, it's a lawful business in a legally built shopping center that should be allowed to continue in its historic form with some additional safeguards for the neighbors.
Can't hear what you're saying.
No, because she's got to take it down.
Sorry. In addition to the noise, that's one aspect of it. But the disturbances, the fighting, is the bar going to be responsible if anybody gets killed and they overserve somebody? We don't know. I know it's a loaded question, but it happens. I happened to be at a crime meeting with the legislator a few weeks ago for the area, and NCPD was there. They're very familiar with the premises. Okay, so it's the fighting. I understand you can't be. It's the people. It's the hanging out, the screaming, the yelling, as Janet, alluded, reference to. How many times can we wake up in the middle of the night to hear, and then you wonder, somebody, my God, getting raped in the alleyway. These are horrible things, but these are things in today's society that you have to think about.
Is there a fence on the property line between subject property and the residential area to the west, Mr. Brown?
I'm not sure.
Ms. Franzese?
No, there's just there's one fence behind the houses that go directly behind that. Like a white fence or
Yeah,
something.
that's what
Yeah.
But the property is fenced in.
In the back of it.
In the back, correct.
In the back of it, it's.
We're,
The property that
Yes.
you share with the subject property.
Yes, I think that's what they had to.
That's all right. No, we're looking at an aerial view of the premises. Are there generally buses parked in that lot? It appears that there are buses parked in the lot during the day.
There's an ice cream bus, and I think, there's other businesses that park their vans or trucks there also during the day, but there's definitely an ice cream truck that parks there, and then there's a dumpster that's there permanently, and then there's the ice cream truck that comes and goes, but it's there most of the time, and I believe there's one or two like vanish trucks that are kind of there all the time. He subleases it, or there's something that's in that parking lot at all times too.
And I can bring that.
Do you have anything?
No, I have nothing else. I'll bring that to the attention of the landlord. It's not connected to my client's application, but I'd be happy to bring that to the landlord's attention through my client. And again, I'll give you my card. I'm happy to facilitate communication with the operator.
Like I said, I think we're all on the same page. You know what? I think it started as a local bar, and it's changed, and people, it's changed. I think definitely in the last year, there's been more 911 calls recently, and I think that that's just a combination of everything. But we want to work with him. If you keep the noise down, and it's fine. I mean, you know what? It's okay to have it. It's nice. People can walk to a bar and walk home, so it's a good thing. It's just when, and especially to emphasize, even when the back door closed, sometimes you hear it, but I just turn my music on and just say, okay, But you know what? That I have to say, you know what? I can do that sometimes, but then you're up for 3 or 4 hours, or my kids say it. But I think it's when they hear, get off me and touch, and you hear screaming and fighting, and that's been a few times in the last year.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for coming. Do I have any other comments from the board? Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I will move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Each of you who have signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it is rendered. Thank you for coming, being patient, and participating. Everyone have a nice day.
Thank you.
You want to get home to that glass of wine? All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I know that's what
Okay, next we have cases 135323, Wantaw Mini-Me LLC. Variances, subdivision of lot area front width from and on street line to front setback line, lot area occupied, maintained dwelling and detached garage with less than required side yard setback on a lesser lot, also known as 2393 Freeport Street. We also have case 135423, Wantaw Mini-Me LLC. Variances, subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, lot area occupied, construct dwelling with garage, east side of Freeport Street, 370 feet north of Limbrook Street. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. State your name and address for the record.
First. All right. Good afternoon. I think still. Afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Chair. My name is Mark Anthony Monastery, architect, and my office is located at 1563 Belmore Avenue in Belmore, and I am also the owner of Mini-Me LLC, which is the subject property. Next to us, Barry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, it's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710.
Okay. First, I'd like to ask the board if it's all right if I could join 1353 and 1354. The subdivision. Yep, go ahead. Please. Oh, sorry. I thought there was a hold there. Almost done. I'd like to just submit a couple of copies. This is the radius map which you have, but I just highlighted The specific properties on here that would be pertinent for to see.
We'll accept those in evidence.
I hope that lines up with what Nelson's going to say.
He's way smart.
It's too late to argue.
Yeah, right, exactly. All right, so today we're looking to, I think you know.
At this time you're asking that question? It's midnight.
Thank you. It really is. It's named after a dwarf, and you know that. So anyway, we're here to request a subdivision with a few minor variances. The existing property is a 100 by 100, 10,000 square foot lot with a single house. When I purchased the property back at the end of 2021, there was a Tudor style 1.5 story home on the lot with a detached garage. Plans were drawn and permits were filed and approved, and the construction began on a full first floor renovation and a complete second story addition consisting of 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, and a laundry room on the second floor, completely modernizing the home. At the same time, we filed for the subdivision of the lot, as this was the only 100-foot wide property in the area, which brings us to you here today. So I'd like to start with the existing house that's there, which I'm going to call Home A, which is case 1353. This is the southern part of the property. We kept the existing footprint of the house, only adding a small front portico for aesthetics and convenience. The original lot was divided almost perfectly down the middle, with just a small skew to keep the existing detached garage, as the north wall is located almost exactly in the middle of the property. Our first request is to reduce the lot area from the required 6,000 square feet to 58 square feet. Yes, ma'am. Now, if you look at the radius map I submitted, you'll notice that there are at least 10 of the properties within our radius of 5,000, and half of those which are 4,000. The next request is to reduce the frontage or front width of the property from the required 55 feet to 50 feet. This is only a 5-foot reduction, and again, at least 10 of the properties in the area are within the 50-foot. We'd like to increase the lot coverage from the permitted 27.5 to 30.5, an increase of just 3% or 150 square feet. On A, which is the southern property, it's the existing house. Several properties, mainly directly across the street, and any of the 40-foot wide properties are substantially higher on lot coverage. Lastly, we would like to maintain the detached garage with a side yard requirement of 2 feet to have 1.73 and 1.85, basically a minor reduction of only 3.5 inches. The home itself will meet all other zoning requirements for side yard, front yard, rear yard, and height. Now on to the proposed new house and property. This is what's property B, or the north side of the property, which is also case number 1354. This house was designed as a colonial style home with an open plan living space on the first floor, and again, 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, and a laundry room on the second. This property has similar requests as the last, but has an attached garage, eliminating the side yard issue. Our requests, are to reduce the lot area from the required 6,000 to 4,942. Again, not out of character for the area. Our next request is to reduce the frontage or front width of the property from the 55 to 50. Again, as I said before, this is just a 5-foot reduction and not out of character for the area. Although the advertisement does state that we require a lot coverage variance, it seems to be a typo, and we are under the required 27.5 at 27.42%. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sure, I'll leave it in place then.
It's right there.
Okay, I'll leave it in place. Those are our only requests for the property. I'll now turn the microphone over to Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir. They stayed the same. Thank you. Thank you so much. I handed in some exhibits. I think there's 2 packages of photographs. I think there's includes the subject property and the surrounding uses. There's 18 pictures taken by myself, and they fairly and accurately represent the subject property and the surrounding uses. I handed in, they're dated
Beginning of the month, right?
February 24th, 2023, within reasonable time, 2.5 weeks. So I handed in comparable sales and the old assessment cards. Uniquely, the subject property was originally developed. The existing house was developed on the southerly lots, 19 and 20, and over time the other lots were acquired. The area is fully developed. It's generally south of Merrick Road, east of the Wantagh State Parkway. It's a residential development community, single families. There are some 2 families in the area that were pre to the code. Nevertheless, it's just about it is the largest parcel, and it's the only parcel lending itself to a subdivision. The area character is fully developed. The pattern of development exists right across the street, which would be known as 2390, is a high ranch built in 1968 pursuant to a variance on a 40 by 100, 4,000 square feet. To the south of that house, there are 3 houses on 50 by 100s, 5,000 square foot lots. And to the south of the subject property are 2 40 by 100s, 4,000 square foot. The subject property, tax lots 21, 22, and 23, has been vacant. There's never been an improved property dwelling on those parcels. It looks like, if you look at the pattern of development, originally the 2 houses and the subject property, the existing house, all look the same, probably built by the same developer back in the 1920s, 30s, and they were each on 40 by 100s. What the applicant is proposing is a new colonial house with an internal garage on the northerly side, part of tax lot 21, 22, and 23. He's described that property, and as far as the variances, it's front width and lot area. We are asking for a lot area occupied, which I would suggest keeping it alive and not withdrawing it, and maintaining a slightly over 27.5%. And that would only come about if you included the rear stoop area. Nevertheless, it's my opinion, the proposed application for the subdivision and 1 new house is not going to alter or change the essential character of the neighborhood. You do have other substandard parcels on the east side of Babylon Street. You have a 50 by 100 at 2371 Babylon Street, and just to the rear of the 40 by 100 on Freeport Street is 2389 Babylon Street, a 40 by 100. That house was built in the 1920s before many of the other houses were developed in the area. You have some on the east side of Bayview Avenue at 2375 and 2379 Bayview Avenue, each 40 by 100s. They're part of the neighborhood. They are not detrimental to the character of the neighborhood or property values. Yes? Yes. The satellite image is what it was. Yes. The applicant has expanded that house to a colonial and added a full second story pursuant to building permits. That said, a new house, the renovated existing house, is worth approximately $800,000. The new house would be a colonial, would be worth approximately $890,000, although the renovated house is almost a brand-new house now. Interior has been renovated, new siding. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think that was taken from the driveway area and the landscaping from the south side and put on that side, that property. There's no excavation. There's no hole.
There's no excavation.
It's just dumped dirt.
They put the extra dirt over there because they need some fill. We need some fill on the property. But there is no excavation there.
So with that said, a new house would be about $890,000. In my opinion, the benefit to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the adjacent properties or the surrounding community. Thank you. You got another question for me? Yes, sir.
I did chat with them. So do you guys want to add anything? Come up. Here you go.
Yes, I did. Sure. Sure, Richard J. Boyko, 2381 Freeport Street, Ontario, New York. I'm the little house to the left of his, the little gray house. It's unfortunate that they want to build a tremendous house right next to mine, you know, on a smaller piece of property, wider than the original house that was there, you know, or next to it, which is about 22 feet. This one is going to be about 33 feet wide. I'm sorry. I don't know where my paper went to. Correct. That's been there since, I've lived in the house since I was 2. So the property's always been there. It's, you know, empty, yeah, the whole time. So again, it was purchased and now he wants to build a home on it, which 33-foot wide house on a less than 50-foot piece of property, you know, 36 feet tall, or 37 feet tall, is just a huge house. My whole backyard is going to be nothing but shade all the time because the house will definitely is going to block all the southern sun. You know, I'm concerned, of course, about parking. I know he brought a parking expert in, but, you know, it's everybody that I've spoken to on the block is opposed to this. It's just, you know, he bought that property, the first house that's only 23 feet wide, you know, could have been made larger. I understand it's an investment to him and it's all about money and him making a profit. I get that all, but this is my home. This is what I live next to. And, you know, I like the sunshine. I don't want to be in shade constantly because of a massive house built next to me. Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah.
In the lot area occupied, monastery proposed, you're allowed 27.5% house. You're proposing
27.49. The house A is 27.48. That's the house to the south. And that is because the garage, I didn't add anything to that house, that's existing. Yep. House A, I understand. So house A is the southern. This is house A. This is house B. So Oh, I'm sorry. So down below, you'll see that the second one, the first chart is the first one. The second one is below it. You'll see 27.5. We're at 27.42.
Yes.
Mine says house A, and then it gives the grid, and it's showing, I think it's wrong. But either way, the construct, right?
The construct is 27.42.
The construct is B. Right. And for that one, you're proposing lot coverage of 27.42.
Correct.
So that's the one that you don't believe you need ladder occupied.
Correct.
So to this gentleman's point, it seems like a lot of house to put on this lot, but in fact, he's not going over the amount of coverage he's allowed in terms of, because that's the issue you're pointing out, is it seems like too much.
Part, yeah.
I am. I'm going to add that. Can I add a few things to that real quick? So first, because I did chat with him, and you know, ultimately he's the neighbor of the property. I don't want to. I want to just realize, you know, you have to have a 5 minimum, 15 combined. I moved the house away from his house. It's the furthest side is his side. His side, I understand that he's directly there, but if you look in there, that side that he's adjacent to is covered with a garage. Page 7. There's a garage there. It's a 1.5 story, so I'm not sure how that's blocking, my house is blocking the sun. Additionally, it meets all the side yard setbacks. And again, I tried to explain to him the height. Because we take the overall elevation from flood zone 0, the property is at 7.5. That, you know, well, top of curb is 7.5. That's where he's coming up with the over height. That's not actually over height, it's under height. Right. On his side, I'm given 40 feet. There's a 40-foot setback on his side.
Closer, but even on the same house, but further away from him.
Yes.
The closest it ever was. I'm going into the backyard, that it shouldn't be blocking the backyard much set forward that far, is all I'm saying.
I agree.
Actually, do you have one of these?
I do.
Oh, okay, I was going to give you mine.
Have,
You can keep that, if you have one to keep.
Give him this as well, no problem.
I mean, it's hard to, you know, the back of my house basically is in line. Let me look at this real quick. Yeah. Okay, so basically now when I step out into my backyard, right to the right of me, of course, will be this living room area. That whole area will, in fact, be blocking, it looks like at least 11.5 feet of sunshine in my whole backyard, because that protrudes past my house. If you understand what I'm saying.
It's 25 feet, that portion is 25 feet from my property line.
No, I guess that would be it.
I've learned, no.
Mr. Chairman, I would then move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr., I want to say your name right, Mr. Katz and Mr. Boyle, is it? Boyko, sorry.
Okay.
And Mr. Montessori, Ms. Nelson, you'll all receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it is rendered. Thank you for coming. Have a nice day. And it looks like you're staying. Oh, good.
Just off the record, just so you guys know, I exchanged phone numbers with them. I live right around the block, so any problems that they have, that they can call me direct.
Next, we have case 63022, Point Lookout, Corianne Bagrowski and Edward Rains. Variances, height, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, side yard, rear yard, construct 2.5-story dwelling, demolish existing dwelling, also known as 64 Mineola Avenue. Hello. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Take a seat, state your name and address for the record.
All right, good evening again. Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City.
Michelle Casalino, 8 Wandsor Avenue, Bayville, New York, 11709.
Okay, this is an application concerning 64 Mineola Avenue in Point Lookout. This is a do-over, you might say, and a second attempt to construct a new home on this property. The previous case was heard by the board, I believe, twice, and I'm not sure if it was formally denied or just held in abeyance, and then we asked for an opportunity to amend the plans and come back to you with a new design.
I can clarify the procedural posture of this. On 914, it was a true third story. I believe I spoke with Ms. Casalino, and we put it on the referral calendar to the building department because they intended on reducing that third story so it wouldn't require a third story variance. We restored it back from the referral calendar on 914, and now we had to renotice it, and we're back here.
Right, so the original application, similar to this one, it requests permission to demolish the existing house on this premises and build a new house. This is on Mineola Avenue. It's the last street in Point Lookout. The backyard of this site goes to the channel, so it's waterfront property. There's nothing behind it. This is the last row in Point Lookout. On the prior case, as I mentioned, it was a larger house, was a higher house, and it had what was eventually determined to be a third story. Now, this applicant, I think, got caught in a reinterpretation, you might say, of the FEMA provisions in the building zone ordinance and what under those provisions are permitted by right and what designs are not permitted by right. This case, this property is in a AE9 flood zone. So the design flood elevation obviously has to start at 11. However, the street level here is at about 7.5 feet, 7 or so feet. So in order to come up, you only have to go, to get to the design flood elevation, you only have to go up about 4 feet. Therefore, it's different than cases where you have to go up, say, 7 or 8 feet to get to your design flood elevation. And so the building department, and I believe the town board has now actually changed the FEMA provisions in the building zone ordinance, although I haven't seen that language. But the building department had begun to interpret the allowances for third story and so forth in a stricter manner. In other words, where you had to show that your third story was of necessity, not just I want a third story. Correct. Correct. 3 actual floors of living space, as opposed to a situation where you have to go up, like I said, 7 feet and you're parking underneath, but you have 2 floors of living space. No, I'm saying that the necessity case is you get 2 floors of living space that are raised up and some grade level storage or garage. The non-necessity case, such as this was determined to be, is you only have to walk up 3 or 4 steps to get to your first floor because your street is high. So in that case, the as of right FEMA third story, the building department is no longer giving. This case fell within that new interpretation. That's why there was sort of confusion over whether this board had to grant permission for a third story or whether the third story was allowed by right as a FEMA build. And it was determined that no, it was not allowed by right, and in order to get a third story, you had to get a variance from this board. We decided to redesign the house to get rid of the third story so that we didn't have to ask for that variance. In addition, the original application that had the third story, the height of the house was 36 feet from the design flood elevation. The height of this house has been reduced to 33 feet from the design flood elevation. So we still require a 3-foot height variance, but obviously it's 3 feet less than was requested before. And I'll explain why we would like to have that variance in a moment. But that's what brings us back here, and that's the main change here is the elimination of the third story. The building department has now determined that this is a legal 2.5 story. And if you look at the plans, you'll see that the half story is now just some storage and mechanical area and a place to walk out onto a upper level deck that would overlook the water. There's no longer living space as was with the prior design where there was essentially like a den and a bathroom up at the top floor. That was considered to be a true third story. So we've eliminated the third story and we reduced the height by 3 feet. The other variances that we require are the same, similar if not the same. A lot area variance is required here. This is a 6,000 square foot lot. It's 80 by 75. We're requesting a lot area of 33.6%. A lot area occupied, excuse me, where 27.5 is permitted. We're requesting a rear yard variance. We're requesting a 5-foot rear yard where 18.75 feet is permitted. But again, nothing backs up to this property. It looks out at the water. And we're requesting a side yard variance for one of the side yards on the south side, a 3.46-foot setback where 8 feet is required. That is being built in the same place as the present house. So the setback to the neighbor to the south is not changing. And by doing this, it allows us to maintain this large open space yard on the north side of the property so that we can have a driveway that's adequate to get cars off the street, which is a big issue in Point Lookout. It maintains open space, and there's also, you'll see it noted on the plan, there's a very large sycamore tree there, which is apparently one of the oldest trees in Point Lookout. The front, do we need a front yard? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, the front yard. So the front yard is 9.17 to the house. Well, what is that? Well, I guess it's 7.33 feet to the porch line, and the average is 14.9. Yeah. So the purpose of keeping the house sort of where it was is to preserve that open space up there, and that historic large tree would not have to be removed. The rear yard, as I said, backs up just to the water, so no one's affected by the diminution in the rear yard. The 33.6% lot area is low for Point Lookout, and again, this design allows for a substantial driveway and substantial open space on the north side of the lot. And then that leaves the height variance, which we're seeking 33 feet. Now, if you look at the elevations, the plan is to actually start the finished first floor at 12.3, where it could start at 11. So we're looking for an extra almost 1.5 feet. As you know, you get a better insurance rate if you go up +3 instead of +2.
Wait,
And
Mr. Brown,
yeah,
the one I'm looking at, maybe it's been superseded, has the finished first floor starting at 13.31.
no, and it should be 12 point. I have 12.31. The DFE is 11.
Yeah, I have all that.
Finished first floor 12.31.
What's the date? Oh, next page, void superseded.
So this plan was revised January 20th, 2023.
Yeah, no, the next page shows void superseded.
second to get it. I don't know what's that.
3.46. No basements. January 20th, 2023. Okay, so as I was saying, just in terms of the height, so by gutting a little bit above the design flood, the minimum design flood level, you get a little bit better insurance rate. Spoke to the architect yesterday. It's also his desire to keep out of the flood area anything that can't be waterproofed, like floor joists and so forth. So we're looking for an extra 1.5 feet to get above the design flood and get the benefits for that. So that's the first 1.5 feet, and then the second 1.5 feet that accounts for the height variance goes to the, if you look, there's a walkout above that is meant to, you know, allow this waterfront home to have maximal nice views, the ability to go outside and look out over the channel there. The first floor is designed with it does have a 10-foot ceiling, because they would like to have, you know, large windows that go up in the back of the house, again, for the purpose of the view. And that pushes the height up a little bit more compared to a lot of other homes that have been built. Many, I think, were built by right. Some were built by variances from this board that had, you know, true third stories and that are well above, and that's why Ms. Castellino is here. She's recited those in the record in the prior case. This is not a massive home. This is not one of the homes, for reasons I've already explained, that's sort of taken advantage of the FEMA allowances and is constructing a full 3 stories of living space and is, you know, essentially 40 or 45 feet off the street. So we're looking for that little extra on the height, for the reasons I explained, to get a little further out of the flood zone, get the better insurance rate, have an extra foot on the ceiling, and the ability to have this roof line with the walkout. That really explains the request. To my knowledge, no one has ever objected to either plan. We do have one letter of consent from a neighbor directly across the street, and so that's how we came to this design. The purpose of it was to lower the house and to eliminate the 3rd story.
And so it's basically 3-foot height variance.
That's what we're looking for, yes.
Should I give this to Patrick?
Yeah, you can give that to Patrick. I don't have anything further unless you have questions about what I've said. And I just want to note again, that we can hand up the papers given the late hour, but there are comparators to larger houses that are higher and have 3 stories. I think you're familiar with those homes, so I think we compare favorably to newer FEMA build houses. And if you want, we can reintroduce those into the record. They were introduced in the prior hearing.
Patrick, I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll take them into evidence. Mr. Brown,
Yeah.
The house appears to be skewed to one side, to the south.
Yes.
Would your client agree to moving that house a little bit north so that side yard would not be as small as it's proposed?
I'm sure we could do that. As I said, it's built in line with the existing house. It could be shifted. I believe the idea was to leave a large driveway area. They wanted to preserve the tree and so forth, but I don't believe there would be a major impediment if it was shifted a bit to the north.
Okay.
Mr. Morgano, I'm sorry. I would also want to mention that the sycamore tree that they're trying to salvage on the property has to maintain a certain distance from any sort of structure in order for the roots to maintain and to grow. So that's the reason why they decided to actually keep the house in the same original footprint as the existing house that's there now at the property.
Do you have any idea what that distance is?
20 feet?
20 feet?
Yes, and I believe I submitted that documentation in the last hearing that we had, the rehearing that we had back in October. But I do have that with me if you'd like me to resubmit it.
So that's to be, that the house has to be 20 feet from the tree?
From the tree itself and from the roots. So it's literally kind of smack in the middle where we're just meeting that requirement. So we're at 18 feet, I believe currently.
It doesn't look like it's 20 feet now. Okay.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
A couple things. So one of the concerns we have, as you know, is the precedential effect of any of our work here. And that's really been highlighted for us recently by certain other members of the judiciary. So,
I'm aware.
yes, so it's even more important that we keep that foremost in our minds. And so when I look at this, and I understand that it's been scaled back to some degree, and I understand the mortgage and insurance value of starting slightly above the DFE, and the rest of it. In this case, you know, in the past, as you know, you bring cases above the DFE for a couple of reasons. Those,
Yes.
financial, and in addition, if you got to set it up 6 feet anyway, you might as well do it 8 or 9 and get a garage and storage.
Right.
In this case, that third level isn't being included to facilitate some sort of garage and parking, if I understand correctly.
That's correct.
But as I look at it, I can't help but think that it sure does look like a third story of living space. And again, given how important the precedential effects of our work here have become to the judiciary, you know, we're even, at least I can only speak for myself, we're even more cognizant of how important that is. How is it, do you know the rationale that the rationale for this not being considered a third story?
I believe I do, but I think Mr. Bogle can elucidate, because I will say for the record that we worked very hard to ensure that the building department agreed that this was not a third story. We went back and forth a number of times, and I said I would not come back to the board if the denomination of third story were still on the plans.
So it's two portions of it. So the way that the building department determines it, and it's not necessarily consistent with our BZO, which permits two and a half story structures. The first part is that there's no designated livable space. The building department has interpreted that to be if there is a bathroom up there, if there's any bedrooms up there, that is immediately considered living space. So it's not denominated as having those sorts of things on the third floor. The other thing that the state uses is that if greater than 50% of the area as compared to the footprint of the entire structure of the building is greater than 6 feet, it is automatically considered to be a story and living space. So if less than 50% of that area is less than 6 feet, it's interpretive by the local zoning board, the local building department, as to whether or not that would be considered living space for the purposes of a third story. So that's how it is. So we are in this interpretive area, and the building department in our conversation. Right. So this is less than 50% of enclosed space, and therefore it's not automatically by the state considered to be a third story. So it was interpreted by the building department that it would not be considered a third story and would be a true half story.
And to recall, in the prior design, there was a clear inside sitting area and a bathroom on that upper level. Now you have an area for the mechanicals and storage, and remember, they can't have a basement, and there's no garage, shed or anything proposed here. So that would be a fair thing, I think, to allow someone to have some storage. And then that's it. And then the rest of that is just the outside deck. It's not enclosed.
So on that third level, trying to look at it's the stairs, roof access, and what's?
Air handler,
Mechanical room.
attic storage, and then the rest of that is the roof deck with the lookout. So that's open.
What's the height at the highest point, do you know?
From the crown of the road?
No, I just mean interior, the height and.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you. It's the height of that attic storage room is 5'11".
So the idea is that you come up the stairs and you go one direction to go out on the deck.
Correct.
You're not really using the other side, but for the storage.
And it's not even a 6-foot ceiling. And there's mechanicals and storage there.
And if the board were inclined to approve this, would your client be amenable to some sort of condition that nothing up there be further enclosed, for example?
Sure. Yes. And that it remain unfinished storage space.
Or further enclosed, like I don't want the deck and everything.
Understood, understood.
And then also, as it relates to the location of the property, I think the chairman brought up that issue. If the board were inclined to approve it in its current location, and I have no idea what the board's inclined to do, would, a concern we have in Point Lookout always is someone going to try to subdivide later? And would your client be amenable to a condition that this grant for this structure in this location is only valid as long as the property is not otherwise subdivided? Like the grant would be void if they try to subdivide it?
We have discussed that prior, and they're A-okay with that because they would like to keep a natural landscape and natural buffer between themselves.
Right, but if they sell it, that's
No,
the
of
issue,
course.
like the next.
Right, and yeah, thank you. Yes, we would consent, and these applicants are building this, I think, as this is where they're going to live, but.
But they're going to that's going to be their backyard technically, even though it's on the side yard of their home, but that's because they don't have a
Right,
backyard.
but one day if it's alienated.
Not a problem.
But I believe the condition would be fine with them.
Not a problem, yeah.
That'll be a covenant.
Yeah, covenant.
Covenant that.
Yeah, we could agree to that. I think it's probably a tough subdivision application anyway, but if I brought it with Mr. Nelson, you never know what might happen.
We'd never approve it.
When the 18 comes in,
Guaranteed.
you never know.
So yes, we would agree to that.
Just a reminder, all new home conditions are required to file a set of covenants and restrictions with the county anyway, and as this being a new home, that would be a condition as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move the hearing be closed and matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Chia, what's your name again? Mr. Brown. The votes receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Have a nice day. Yeah,
Next
Mr. Brown.
case.
Mr. Brown.
Next, we
Brown. Ah.
Next, we have case 13423, near East Rockaway, James Velarde. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard setback on North Boulevard and Rame Avenue. Rear yard construct dwelling with garage, formerly known as 18 North Boulevard. Mr. Brown, I have you sworn in from earlier.
Yes, thank you. Good evening again. Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City. Appearing for the applicant, 18 North Boulevard. This is another redo. This case was before the board in a prior iteration where we were seeking permission to build a larger house on this substandard property. This is a 30 by 69 lot in the area, the unincorporated section of East Rockaway, so it's 2,070 square feet. It was previously improved by a dwelling and garage that were damaged beyond repair in Sandy and had to be taken down. The lot itself is a pre-existing non-conforming. That was an issue in the prior case, whether it was in fact pre-existing non-conforming, and it has now been determined that it is. Lot area is not before you. lot area occupied is, but not lot area. So this is a pre-existing non-conforming lot. It's been removed from the notice, and I think it was discussed and vetted out again when it came back through the system. It's gone back through the entire system again. I'm not sure how they filed for it, but I have there was a legal dwelling there, and I have the survey. It went back to 1930, and it notes on this exhibit that I think this is the original stamp that this was approved by this board either June or July 21st, 1930. 1930 01268 430 by 69 as of right.
And Mr. Pellegrini, just to expand on that, I spoke with the commissioner, Fred Jowitz, regarding this because we had the same exact question as to whether or not it was to be denied for lot area. We do have the paperwork as that, and he confirmed that it was, the commissioner confirmed that it was a legal non-conforming substandard lot and that did not require lot area for the purposes of this hearing.
So the prior home from 1930 was damaged beyond repair in Sandy. It was demolished, and so this is just an effort to rebuild a new home on this lot. The prior proposal, as I said, the house was somewhat larger. The house was about 200 square foot larger than what is proposed before you. For your convenience, on the site plan, we have listed out what was originally proposed and what is now proposed so you can compare. So the lot area occupied variance that we require is now, we're now requesting 49.7%, whereas previously, when you counted everything and all the decking that was proposed on the prior application, it was 58.6%. So it's a 10% decrease. As I said, about 200 square foot has been taken off the footprint. I would note that the old home had both a dwelling and a detached garage that was in the back of the property, and those two structures together occupied about 42% of the lot. The next request is front yard setbacks. The front yard we're a corner, so we require setbacks on both North Boulevard and Ram Avenue. So the setback that we're requesting on North Boulevard is 5 feet to the entry deck, and it's 9 feet to the building line of the house itself. This is a FEMA house. This is what I would call a true FEMA house, where you will will have to go up a number of stairs to enter the dwelling. So you need the deck as a way to enter. So it's 5 to the deck, 9 to the dwelling on the North Boulevard side, and it's 4 feet to on the Ram Avenue side, whereas we had previously proposed a front yard setback of only 2 feet on North Boulevard and 3 feet on Ram Avenue. We've now increased those setbacks to 5 feet on North Boulevard and 4 feet on Ram Avenue. And the final variance is the rear yard variance. We are required to have a 25-foot rear yard. Again, this is a very small lot. It's only 69 feet deep. So we're proposing a 15-foot rear yard. And previously, we had proposed an 8-foot rear yard. So we've increased that by about 7 feet. Otherwise, the house is fully compliant. It's actually only 28 feet from the design flood elevation. It's, as I said, this is a modest house. If you look at the plans, it's a 3-bedroom house. You know, these are small lots that were, previously bungalows, and many have been rebuilt with these FEMA-style homes. On the previous case, I went through a number of similar applications that the board had granted with similar variances. That's already in the record. If the board will just agree to incorporate the prior record, I won't belabor this one, repeating those. So that was all set forth and is in the minutes of the prior application, and you can compare those other properties if you wish to do so. But to your earlier point, Mrs. D'Amato, about precedent, I think this is in line with those precedents that you'll see. And the board did receive and acknowledge receipt of the property cards and records related to those cases. Then Chairman Weiss makes an express note of that on the record. So unless you have any further questions, that's the case.
Any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day. Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ms. Kosia. Joseph.
Next case is 6323 Wantaw, Mary Ellen Storm. Variance, lot area occupied, construct second-story addition with roof over open porch and second-story addition over open patio, both attached to dwelling, also known as 904 Brent Drive. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Take a seat and state name and address for the record.
Lisa Koshia with Permits R Us, 338 Jericho Turnpike, number 396, Syosset, New York, 11791. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm here representing Mrs. Storm, who is proposing to build a second floor. This property is located in a Residence B zone. The second-story addition brings the existing coverage from 1,615 square feet to 2,152 square feet, making the lot coverage 35.9%, where the required is 27.5%. The proposed second-story addition will be used to accommodate Mrs. Storm's daughter, who is expecting, along with her son-in-law. Mrs. Storm works from home, as does her daughter, and will be utilizing some of the space as their office. There is a current application on file, which has been approved for a partially finished basement with cellar entrance. That's application number 22-2421. Yes, correct.
That's shown on the site plan, correct?
Correct.
Under the second-story addition.
Correct.
Good, got it.
Mrs. Storm has spoken to Mr. Forte, who lives next door, and stated he has no objection and is looking forward to seeing the remodeled home. Mrs. Storm respectfully requests your approval.
And that's your case.
Yes.
Any questions from the board?
The rear says open patio. That's a second-story addition. This is a two-story addition over the deck. The bump out, that's 15 by 25.
The one-story addition is actually a second-story addition. It has these pillars that go over just like a concrete slab underneath it, and that's where you find then the steps to go down to the cellar entrance.
That's on the other side. I guess
Yeah.
the south side of the building. It says new second-story addition.
Application 224011. It's above the open patio.
Yes, correct. That's the second-story addition.
The exterior staircase is under, well, it's on
Right
the
beneath
same
that.
number, 224011, but it's on the northerly side of the property.
Oh, there's two, isn't that weird?
Same application.
Same application number.
Absolutely incredible.
It really is. Reference,
No, there are three. There are three.
Whole
Of
thing
course,
is
the rear stairs to the basement bears the same application number. Okay.
focus on the south side of the property. The new 15 by 25 foot, is that a second-story addition over a first story?
No.
It's a second-story addition with actual pillars on the outside.
Okay, so the underneath is
Open patio.
Correct,
and your client agrees to keep that open?
correct,
Not to enclose it?
correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Do I have a motion?
I move that the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified. Thank you.
Second? All in favor? Mr. Pellegrini, you in favor of closing it?
Yes,
You remain silent.
I was making my notes about the case.
Thank you. You too.
Next, we have case 7723, Garden City South, Richard Tonino. Variance lot area occupied to construct second-story addition with roof over porch attached to dwelling, also known as 332 Kensington Road South.
I believe I'm using a pen. My pencils are all over my. Guess what I found?
This is going to keep open. This is a perfect example of how stupid they are.
Robert Labarbera, 115 North Broadway, Hicksville, New York, representing Mr. Tornino.
Richard Tonino, 332 Kensington Road South, Garden City, 11530.
Angelo Pironi, 746 Hempstead Town Park, Franklin Square.
I guess,
Yes. How are you?
I guess I got to say good evening, huh?
Yes.
But we're here for a proposed two-story rear addition, 609 square feet.
Is it
And-
all within the footprint of the existing structure?
No, it's in, the addition is extension of the footprint in the rear addition.
Oh, you're right, it's a two-story, I'm
Rear
sorry.
addition, but it's same width as that.
Yeah.
And a front roofed over porch. These will bring us a lot coverage of 33.2%, 5.7% over the allowable 27.5% for this zone. The addition is to make the house a little larger. We got a 4-bedroom, bigger kitchen on the main level,
Bigger kitchen.
and just a little more space for them. They've been living there for 7 years, 8 years now, and they want to stay here for long term. This is, the proposal they'd like to have.
Can you tell me, I see that you were here previously in partial
Yes.
testimony. I can't recall why that.
Yeah, we had a little confusion on the first hearing date. We didn't get the letters out in time. When they came in for an adjournment, I was going to be away, so we had to propose it.
Oh, it was just notice issue, that's all. That's the only reason we didn't
Yeah,
finish.
that's the only reason. So now we're here on so I appreciate all the effort from the board here and the ZBA, being accommodating for us. But no other reason for that. He did speak to a couple of his neighbors. They did approach him. They don't have no problems. They're actually happy to know he's going to be there long term because they're good neighbors.
So there's a second-story addition.
Two-story addition. Well, the two-story addition is what's triggering the variance. It's only a lot coverage variance. There is other proposals on the project, but the roof over front porch and the two-story rear addition is what's bringing the lot coverage up to 33.2%.
I'm sorry, what did you say it was, 33?
33.2.
Where 27 and a half is allowable, right?
Right.
Correct.
So it's a small increase. It's not a
Yeah,
major
that's all.
increase.
Most is from the porch.
Well, it's the front porch, but also the rear addition.
Bring a lot.
Yeah, there is a detached garage there that also brings a lot coverage up, so all those things factored together. But he does still maintain a rear yard setback of 32 feet. The rear yard setback is still maintained at 32 feet, which is well over the 25 feet.
Right, the
That's
only
required.
thing you're here for is lot area occupied.
Correct, just a lot coverage.
All other variances.
All other setbacks, all other heights, setbacks, everything else has been met under the requirements.
And that's your case, correct?
That's
Thank you very much. Do I have any other questions from the board?
I move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Each of you who have signed in will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Do I
Thank you.
have a second on that
Sorry to
motion?
prolong. Have a nice day.
Nice evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Finally, we have cases 12223 through 12623, Uniondale, Elaine Blagrove, and Lauren R. Sterling. Variances, front yard average setback, lot area occupied, side yard maintain one-story addition, enclosed porch, roofed over porch, and cellar entrance, all attached to dwelling. Variance, lot area occupied, maintain wood deck attached to dwelling. Variance, lot area occupied, maintain shed. Variance, lot area occupied, construct detached garage. Variance, lot area occupied, construct second-story addition to dwelling, also known as 708 Windsor Road. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Thomas Besher, 2922 Harvey Avenue, Oceanside, New York.
Are you ready?
Yes. Hopefully.
Good for you.
Okay, so my client bought the house.
No, we didn't swear you in yet.
Stand up, please. Raise your right hand.
You just did, yeah.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry.
It's late, I know, so it's all right.
Okay.
I had a senior moment.
My client bought the house in 2018. It had a front porch, not without the roof. It had a back sunroom. With bad advice, she made an extension of the back and some side steps without the variance. So we're looking to legalize the side steps and the rear addition. And as well, she wants to do a second floor above the rear addition that's already there, and a garage.
And you're also here to legalize the cellar entrance?
The cellar entrance.
Okay. What is the overall lot area occupied after all the improvements will be made?
After everything would be 43.
What? I'm sorry.
After everything would be
Yes.
4367.
And your front yard average setback will be?
With the porch, it would be 16 foot 5 inches.
What is the average setback?
Within a 100-foot radius, it's 26 foot 7 inches.
How about your side yards?
The side yard setback for the steps, the minimum is 5 foot. With the steps, for the length of the steps, it's 2 foot 2 inches.
I missed a few things. I had to stay up.
Sure. I have all the measurements here.
Yeah, so you did the front yard average, I take it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 16.42, I think you're proposing?
16 foot 5, yep. There were two architects that might have had just
No, lot area occupied 43.
0.67.
Did you say 33.2?
no, 43.
0.67.
4367.
And it's a 5,000 square foot lot, right?
5,000 square foot lot, that's correct.
How high is it? He's not here for.
43 on a 5,000 square foot lot.
We received a couple letters from her neighbors. She's very friendly with everybody on the block, with everybody happy with the improvements that she's looking to make. She understands that she's going over the acceptable lot coverage.
Why she's here?
I'm sorry?
Why you're
Exactly
here?
right.
I noticed there's a cellar entrance. Have you been in the house?
I have.
What's in the basement area, the cellar?
She has a living room. There's basically a half bathroom. It was existing when she bought the house. There's like unusable shower, boiler room, there's a laundry room, and then everything else is basically wide open.
No kitchen.
There was a illegal kitchen at one point that she had to get rid of, you know, like, but it's just, there's some existing cabinets, but no kitchen down there.
And when she got rid of that, did she have to get like a permit to remove it?
I think so. She had that.
It was signed off later.
Exactly, right, when she had I think when she had bought the house and then somebody from the area must have said something and she had to legalize it, like, and get rid of it.
Yeah, we see a lot of that in certain neighborhoods where
course, yeah.
someone buys it and they don't realize, either they buy it thinking it's a two-family, you know, not their fault, or,
Exactly.
or whatever.
Is that a hot tub in the backyard?
No, there's no hot, not that I know of since I've been there, I haven't seen her have a hot tub. I'm sorry?
Google Earth, looks like a.
Google Earth, yeah. 2018. That is our case, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. Thank you and being patient. It took a long afternoon for a short hearing.
Thank you for your time.
In favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any
Thank you again. Have a good night.
we did have the BAR that was reviewed, and the BAR agrees that it's a readily restorable and it's okay for a mother-daughter. So,
Do I have a motion?
I move that case 178, 179, the mother-daughter be granted as the typical mother-daughter conditions, and that the remaining case 179 be granted as requested. Well, the condition that the deck remain open.
I'll second that.
Good, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Cases 188 to 190 of 2023, Lido Beach, Kenneth Lassie.
Oh, yeah, let me
Is
see
there
that.
any discussion on this case?
Oh, so on that case, it seems to me that most of the case seemed okay. I would recommend that we set the fence back 10 feet from the front. And other than that, I thought it was, everything else was acceptable. So I will, Mr. Chairman, make a motion. Let me just see which case is the fence. Okay, so cases 188, 189 of 2023. Lido Beach, Kenneth Lasner, the property located at 34 Saratoga Street. I would recommend that they be granted as requested with the usual deck conditions, if there are such, and the usual pool conditions.
And case 190?
Well, I was going to get to that after. Oh, okay, and that case 190 of 2023, which is to install the 6-foot fence larger than pool install area B, granted with the caveat that it be set back 10 feet from the front property line.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next case. Case 191 of 2023, West Hempstead, Vitali Fuzailov.
Gobbledygooks.
Anybody?
Do I have any discussion on this case?
Question mark here. Was there a basement entrance on that one?
What?
Yes, there's a cellar entrance.
Okay, and I have permits or no permits, question mark.
Why don't we hold that, and can you look into that? There was some confusion on the case, despite the fact that it's only here for the AC units.
Right.
I think throughout the testimony, it was sort of got confusing that there may be some other.
Yeah.
So if we could just check the paperwork on that one and deal with it. It's a maintained AC, so it's not going to harm the applicant.
Cases 192 and 193 of 2023, I am recused on that case.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion on that case.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll have to hold that till we have a voting quorum.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Case 194 of 2023, Hewlett.
Thank you, John.
Meyer David Derry.
Don't bring yours.
1346 Babies LLC.
This is my mother used to say to
Do
me.
I have any discussion on that case? If not, do I have a motion on that case?
I move case 194 of 23 in Hewlett at 383 Franklin Avenue be approved as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Cases 195 through 197 of 2023, Oceanside, Marcos Bezequen. Do I have any discussion? I like to hold that case
Yeah.
because I like to inspect.
Okay.
All right, case 198 of 2023, Merrick, Taco Bell of America LLC. Do I have any discussion on that case? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that case 198, 2023, Taco Bell of America LLC, 1709 Merrick Road, be granted. Do we do 5 years on? I don't recall.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, grant 5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Case 199 of 2023, MGBG Seafood LLC, DBA Starbucks. Do you have any
discussion? I believe.
We're holding that, aren't we?
Draft grant?
I would say that the business has been there for quite a while. It is a business district. There seems to be ample parking. You know.
Was he gonna look up
was the
things?
queuing.
Stephanie.
Yeah, so I have employee take orders at busiest times. You can set time limits as to when we want to do that. We have employees to direct traffic. I also have to incorporate the previous decision because there's condition that wants to be removed.
And the condition as to that blocking has to they need to devise the methodology for the most part, but the condition is basically, they need to ensure that no cars queue on Sunrise or its shoulder, and that,
So as to prevent access.
and
to
that,
parking.
yes, and as a separate matter, even if they're not queuing there, sometimes the way it's angled, they also need to ensure that the ingress and egress of that particular curb cut is not blocked. And then there was one more that they were going to,
No private parties, we said in the
I forget.
lounge area. What else? Anything else that you can recall?
What
I'll
about,
speak with Bill.
yeah,
Yeah, let him
dumpster
submit
pickup
the
times?
He said he was going to
In-
submit.
Yes.
I'll start with Bill, and then we usually go back and forth.
Oh, I know the other one was,
Yes, that's what I thought.
the other one
Yeah.
was they were going
Dumpster
to
times.
instruct their employees to park on their own premises, or not on the neighboring property.
Yeah, on the neighborhood portion.
Case 200 of 2023, West Hempstead, Bais Medrash of West Hempstead has been adjourned to April 26th at 2 p.m. Case 201 of 23, East Meadow Route 106 Inc., DBA Public House. I believe somebody should inspect that.
I was okay
Are
with
we
it.
going to have a draft grant
I would,
providing for certain conditions,
Yes.
doors to be closed,
doors
no
closed,
cabaret?
no live music.
How about those trucks in the back?
Yeah, I mean,
Are they
that's
theirs?
not, he's not. the
No, those are
landlord.
not.
How much
She started
control does he
saying-
have?
No, she first called them trucks. Or when she
They're
was talking
vans.
about the trucks on the residential streets, then they inquired.
But that's not him, it's the,
The landlord.
yeah.
For the ice
Maybe,
cream car.
yeah, the ice cream truck.
There's pickup trucks, I think, you know, they have an ice cream van. The ice cream place.
I don't know that this guy should be saddled
Should
with
be
that.
saddled, right, I don't believe we should
No, I
saddle
don't
him.
either. I mean, it's a building, it's a business district.
Yeah, if it's overflow parking, I'm sure he could park in that marginal road of Midway.
There was a
No,
lot
it's
of
not
parking.
expressed, it's.
Somebody want to make a motion, or do we want to draft one?
I would vote in favor of a draft grant. I don't have to require a motion at this point.
Yeah, draft one, all right. Cases 1353 and 1354
Who's the lawyer on that? Brown? So get from him any of the conditions.
in 1353 and 1354 of 23, the aptly named Mini-Me LLC.
I will make a motion on that.
It's hysterical.
I would move that cases, I thought they were good cases. I thought the fact that no other property in the area could be subdivided as such. There were other substandards. This was barely below the requirement of 55 to 50. It was like a solid case that will not be a detriment to the neighborhood, as far as I could tell from the materials and the testimony. So I would move, Mr. Chairman, that cases 1353 and 1354 of 2023, Mini-Me LLC affecting the property located at 2393 Freeport Street, and the adjacent unnamed property be granted as requested, usual subdivision conditions.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed and abstentions? Case 630 of 2022, this is at 2 p.m. adjournment, Corianne Bagrowski and Edward Rains, Point Lookout.
I mean, I'm not crazy about the interpretation by the building department about that third level, but it is what it is, and it's not for me to usurp that.
You wanted to insert a condition?
Yes.
Nothing further be enclosed?
A condition that, and they would be covenants and restrictions that nothing, there can be no further enclosure on the third floor. It cannot be converted to any type of living space, that storage area.
no bathroom can be put in there, and otherwise the grant is void for that third level, and that the property may not be subdivided in any fashion in the future, or the grant of the house is void. Which part? They want to subdivide it.
How about a draft grant? And, you know, in the grant, comment on the existence of the third story and then justify that.
Yeah, I'll discuss the, because we're going to
Can we
The
say it?
specifics.
Yeah, but it's not a third story.
Right.
We want to say,
Right.
it's not, it's been characterized as a department, not a third story. We're not granting a third story. We're granting this not third story thing.
All right. Next case, 134/2023, Near East Rockaway. This is James Velarde is the applicant. This is the other scaled-down version, the other mini-me.
Oh, so this case, Mr. Chairman, if I understand properly from council, is a change of a prior case that was denied because it was an overuse of the property. And then there was a subsequent Article 78, and an agreement was reached between the town and the applicant for a scaled-back version that would accommodate, would benefit everyone involved. Somehow the paperwork got inadvertently lost, mishandled, and so we are faced with really just analyzing a case that we had already really analyzed in terms of a reasonable settlement of a dispute amongst the groups. So in that regard, I would, Mr. Chairman, move that as it relates to 134/2023, 18 North Boulevard, Near East Rockaway, that the case be approved in its new form, and that which we would previously agreed as a settlement of the litigation.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Any abstention?
Did I say aye?
No.
No, you
Sorry.
did not.
I
You
oppose.
meant to say aye.
Come on. It's almost 7.
Aye.
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 You already said aye. Case 63 of 2023, Wantor, Mary Ellen Storm. This is the one, no enclosure of the open patio on the south side, correct?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Someone make a motion.
I move case 63 of 23, Wanton, Mary Ellen Storm at, where is it, 904 Brent Drive be approved as requested. Make sure that the patio does not get enclosed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 77 of 2023, Garden City South, Richard Tonino. Any discussion? Do I have a motion? Can I please have a motion?
I move that case 77 of 2023, Garden City South, Richard Tonino, at 332 Kensington Road South, Garden City South, be granted as requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Last cases, 122, 123, 124, 125, and 126 of 2023, Uniondale, Elaine Blagrove, and Horan R. Sterling. Do I have any discussion? If not,
There's a basement entrance in this side exterior.
that would be case one. What's that backside here? That would be 124.
It'd be a part of 122.
Part.
Yeah, because we have lot area occupied is intrigued by the cellar entrance, but it is by enclosed porch and roofed over porch, so it'd be 122 granted in part, denied in part. If that's the path the board wants to go.
Can we? Why not?
Probably good.
Like to make the cellar entrance, can we approve that for 5-year zoning?
Temporary, absolutely.
Yeah.
And if they go to inspect the cellar entrance on a temporary grant, do they go, because there was a prior kitchen down there that she had to remove after she bought it? Do
they
you know
go
if they
inside?
go in?
For the final inspection, yes.
No, for the renewal inspection.
For renewal inspection, I'm not sure.
Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do. We'll make the cellar entrance temporary, condition on no living quarters.
Of course.
I mean, there is a rec room down there, and I think a bathroom. So condition, however we have to condition it, that requires the inspector, go check. No
No
kitchen.
kitchen, no bedrooms.
Yeah, so that way,
Yeah.
to comply with conditions, they have to look at it. Other than that, you're not making it.
Would that be case 123?
122, because it's the side yard variance, acceleration triggers the side yard variance.
Okay. I move that cases 122 of 2023 at 708 Windsor Road, Val Grove, that the cellar entrance be granted 5 years with the proviso when it's renewed, that the building inspectors to enter the basement and verify
No kitchen.
no kitchen, no habitable space. and
No bedroom.
Had a prior track record. And cases 123, 124, 125, 126 be granted as requested.
And part of 122 granted, because there's the addition, right?
Oh, yes, yes, right.
The porch.
Granted and part denied,
Yep.
5 years.
Second.
You know what to do.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed and abstentions?
Really sorry about this.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a rehearing request. This was
That we adjourn until 2 weeks from now.
All in favor?
Aye.
If my plane goes down, I need a new chairperson.
No,